there's stuff underneath it.
It's
I remember the last one, but this didn't. This is also a split, but if you don't come to the
Well, good morning, everybody. We're ready to start. We have quorum. Happy New Year. My name is James Pasternak. I'm the chair of North York Community Council, and I'm now calling meeting 10 in order and welcome everybody. Although we're meeting in different locations today, Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Ashawabi, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples. Is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and is being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I'll call speakers in order that they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting North York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I'd also like to remind you that you have to submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at nycc@toronto.ca to help with the motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic and indicate the item and the nature of the interest. I do not see any. Do we have anyone online as of yet? No? So we're all in person. Okay. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting of November 14th, 2023, moved by Councillor Cole. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Let's do a run through of the agenda. We have a number of timed items. We have a number of speakers. And we'll also, Councillor Carroll will not be making it today. We'll be taking carriage of her items. Item NY 10.1, permanent closure to vehicle traffic at Blue Ridge Road Cul-de-sac update. Councillor Carroll has requested that this item be deferred. Yeah, so I will take carriage of it. The motion is on the screen. We're deferring this item. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 10.2, that is a timed item for 9:30. It also has a motion, and we'll hold it for speakers. 10.3, timed item and held for speakers. 10.4, 3374 Keele Street zoning amendment application. Appeal report, that is also held for speakers. 10.5, 3 Swift Drive zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications. Decision report approval. Councillor Burnside, that's going to be held for speakers. Item 10.6, 72 Church Avenue official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. Decision report approval. That's Councillor Cheng. We're going to hold that for speakers. It's also a timed item. 10.7, 202 Sheppard Avenue West, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application. Decision report approval.
It's
Councillor Cheng.
move staff recommendations. Oh, okay.
Okay. We have dueling watches here, so we have to hold it for a couple of minutes to be technically correct. 10.8, 3 Maytree Road, residential demolition application. That's being held for speakers. It's Councillor Robinson. 10.9, I'm going to request, with the will of council, that we take as a package 10.8, 10.9, 10.10, 10.11, and 10.12, 10.13. These are all demolition applications, and I would request that the speakers on these items limit themselves to the 1 5-minute speech where they can speak to all items at once. Is that the, would committee agree to that? And we have the consent of the clerk to also bundle those items. So item 9 to 13. We will take as a package.
Does that mean that if people who register to speak for each, they only get to speak once?
Yes, just as clarity, if you've registered to speak on each of these items, you'll only speak once because we've bundled the items. Item NY 10.14, 25 Maxwell Street, request for fence exemption. That is held for speakers. Item 10.15, 123 Sheldrake Boulevard, application for a fence exemption. That's held for speakers. 10.16, 19 Ivor Road, application for fence exemption. Councilor Robinson, that's also held for speakers. 10.18, 55 Sunny Dean Crescent, application for fence exemption. Also Councilor Robinson, that is held for public speakers. And 10.19 is 7 Cicada Court, application for a fence exemption. We don't have any speakers on the item. We'll hold the item down until we get to it.
I can, it's Councillor Robinson.
Oh, there you are.
I'm having
Hi,
trouble.
hi, Councillor
Yeah,
Robinson.
no. Hi, sorry, my video is not going on. It's weird. But anyway, I could grant that. Go ahead and grant that one,
Are you moving?
the application. Yeah, I'd like to grant the exemption, yes.
You're holding the item?
No, I'm not holding it. I was just gonna move it.
You're moving the refusal report?
No, no, the opposite.
Okay, so let's put the motion on the screen. Item 19. We're amending the item, and Councillor Robinson is granting the fence exemption. Any questions for the mover? Any questions for staff? Any speakers? Okay, the motion is on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councilor Robinson, we were just reminded there was an item we were holding down on your behalf because we didn't know you were in the meeting. Item 17, 53 Yorkminster Road, application for a fence exemption. The staff is it's a refusal report. Are you adopting staff recommendations or other?
So 53 Yorkminster, I was gonna grant the fence exemption on that one.
Okay. We'll put the motion on the screen. Councilors, we're moving back to 10.17, 53 Yorkminster Road, application for a fence exemption. Councilor Robinson is moving approval of the exemption. And I believe the motion's on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 20, 139 Duncairn Road, application for fence exemption, reopening of item NY 3.25. So, Madam Clerk, is this on? We haven't really reopened this, have we? Do we need? Yeah. Okay. We'll hold it for speakers, and that's Councilor Burnside. You'll keep your eye on that one. Next one's yours as well. NY 10. Yeah. We're holding both, yeah. We're at 10.21, 8 Shawfield Crescent. We're holding it for speakers. And 10.22, there's no speakers at 10.22. No, I don't have any speakers listed, so do you know what you want to do with this item? It is a refusal report by staff. Are you adopting staff or other? No, you would have to move an alternative recommendation. All right, we're going to hold 10.22. Fence exemption for 31 Norden Crescent is being held. 10.23, 340 Chaplin Crescent, designation of fire routes amendment.
Move approval of the fire routes.
Thank you. Very, very prompt there. Councillor Cole, thank you very much. Moving approval of the fire routes. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. (10.24) Adra Grado Way, accessible parking space. Councillor Carroll, the direction I have is to move the staff recommendations. Any questions for staff? Any speakers? No? Okay, I will move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Uh, 10.25, Bainbridge Avenue, parking amendment. And that is in my ward. I'll move the staff recommendations. Are there any questions for staff? Any speakers? No? 10.25, parking amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 10.26, appointment of public member to Larry Grossman, Forest Hill Memorial Arena Board.
I'll move approval of the appointment of the new board seat dedicated for the first time in history of representative of the Forest Hill Skating Club. Anyways, I'll move it.
Yes, no, that's great.
First time ever we've had the skating club represented in a hockey arena.
It's great. No, I
Figure skating, that is.
Yes, no, I learned how to skate at the Forest Hill Arena when it was uncovered.
Yeah, but you were for hockey. This is for figure skating. You weren't figure skater.
No, I wasn't figure skating.
Okay.
But, anyway, thank you, Councillor Cole. All those in favor of the recommendation of Blair Nyberg? Opposed? That is carried. Yes, I learned how to ankle skate at that rink. 10.27, changing speed limit bylaw to reflect on-street signage. Councillor Cole?
Yes, I'll move that too, changing the speed limit there at Neptune and Hotspur, yeah.
Okay. A change of a speed limit, 10.27. Any questions for staff? Any speakers? No? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So we're going to go backwards just slightly to 10.22.
Mr. Chair, I have a...
Yeah, so Councillor Burnside has requested 10.22 to deal with it now. So staff recommendations are being moved on the fence exemption. It's a refusal report. It's before you. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I'm sorry, Councillor Cole, you had something?
Yes, I don't know. I had an item to add on that I...
Oh, yes. No, we are.
Clerk about the fence at Wanless School, John Wanless School. I just want to add that to the agenda.
Yes, no, we hadn't finished. It was, we digressed for a second. Yes, no, item 28. This is an encroachment appeal.
Yeah, we're just maintaining the fence where it exists now, replacing the wooden fence with a wire mesh fence. Keep the soccer balls inside the schoolyard.
All right, so 10.28, encroachment appeal, fence, retaining edges, and wall at 245 Fairlawn Avenue. We have to do it in two stages. One is, this is new business.
Yeah.
So we need a motion to add it to the agenda.
Also moved.
All those, so moved. All those in favor? Opposed? Well, that is carried. Councillor Cole has moved his request to authorize transportation services to permit the installation of the proposed chain link fence. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So I have. Councillor Cole, did you mention Wayneless?
John Walness, one of the best schools in Canada, rates higher than most private schools, and you only pay your taxes to send your kids to Walness. It rates one of the top 10 schools in Canada. It's a public school.
No, I'm thoroughly impressed, but I don't have the motion.
We gave it to the clerk, didn't we?
I have, the next one I have is, I guess it's NY 10.29, Susan Scandiffio, recipient of the 2024 Agnes Macphail Award. And Councillor
Yeah,
Robertson,
that's,
Councillor Robertson, there you are.
yes. Yeah, I would just like to move the recipient for
Okay.
2024.
All right, so we're going to do this in two stages. The first one is it's a new item, so we're going to add it to the agenda. All those in favor of adding it to the
Okay.
agenda? Opposed?
I'm in favor.
That is carried. Thank you. And Councillor Robinson has moved the motion to approve Susan Scandiffio as the 2024 Agnes Macphail Award recipient. Susan, congratulations. All those in favor? Opposed?
I'm
That
in
is carried.
favor.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Now, Councillor Cole, could you work out with the clerk? I just don't have that motion for Wanless School.
I thought,
Yeah, so could you just work it out with the clerk? It's not before us right now, but let's make sure it is. Yes. Councillor Cheng, you were trying to move a timed item. Okay, so we're going to go back to 10.7, a timed item at 9:45. Councillor Cheng is ready to release that, and there are no speakers on the item. That is 202 Sheppard Avenue West, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report approval. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
I can prove that I got the Walness.
Yeah.
It's named the school. That's not fair.
Oh, so we've done it. Okay, good. Okay, so we've done the first run through the agenda. Now we're going to items that have been held either because they're timed or because there are speakers on the item. So we're actually at 10.2, 1350 Sheppard Avenue West subdivision application decision report approval. We have three speakers. Josie Cascadio, there you are. Please join us at the microphone. You'd like to speak to 1350 Sheppard Avenue West. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Josie Cicada. I live at 34 Drive on the Keele and Sheppard area. I represent York Center Senior Steering Committee, a seniors organization in Ward 6. I am here today to let everybody know that the board of directors of this organization worked hard and intelligently for the last 5 years to create a unique plan, a unique vision, and as directions on how to build Health Seniors Village beside the woodlot at Arbor Dunsview, used to called William Baker. We know very well today, after what we all experienced with COVID-19, into the retirement homes. Only if we build better, senior can live better. We worked with professional architects, many agencies, the best seniors organizations, the best seniors service provider, community members, whole level of governments in Ward 6. The Seniors Health Village not only will benefit seniors and their families, will bring back jobs in the area, jobs lost with the closure of the military base, never been replaced. Canada Land Company, our MP, our MPP, and our Councillor Jane Pasternak, they have all been very supportive, encouraging the community with their presence to meetings and summits. They all provide us with a letter of support. We are here to ask the City Councillor and the Mayor of Toronto, join us and look at this project very closely. It's an important project for us seniors, it's important for our kids, and it's important for our community. We ask Councillor to please work together with Canada Land to speed up this process. We are getting old. We need a Seniors Health Village in Downsview. Thank you very much.
Josie, thank you so much for taking the time to come to North York Community Council, and of course, thank you for all the great work you're doing in the local community as well as others. David Anselmi, Canada Lands Company. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of Community Council. Good morning and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm David Anselmi. I'm the Regional Director of Real Estate for Canada Lands Company. I have responsibilities for the planning and development of our Downsview lands. I'm here this morning in support of the staff report and in particular their recommendation to approve the draft plan of subdivision for Phase 1 of our William Baker District. And I want to thank staff for the ongoing collaborative efforts over the last several months to get us all to this point. Our Phase 1 William Baker, now branded Arbo, represents an important opportunity to bring much needed housing, including affordable housing, seniors housing, and a significant amount of community benefits all to Downsview. An approved draft plan is the much needed next step in realizing these opportunities, and final conditions of draft plan are required to achieve draft plan approval. So along with our support this morning, but because we just saw the latest version of the conditions a day or so ago, we would respectfully ask this council to direct staff to work expeditiously with us to finalize those conditions to ensure draft plan approval is forthcoming as soon as possible. Thank you, members of council, and thank you all for your consideration, and thank you again, staff.
Thank you, Mr. Anselmi. There's questions. Councillor Cheng?
Hi, oh, sorry, I have a question for you, if you want to just, thank you. So in our written deputations, there's a letter from the Toronto Community Benefits Network that has mentioned that formal discussions have yet to begin about including community benefits in the construction of the William Baker District. And I'm just wondering, is there an intention to start that dialogue so that there could be some jobs provided for the local community?
Sure, thank you. So in fact, we have had a number of conversations with TCBN, all in the context of our larger secondary plan process, which ultimately will beget the William Baker neighborhood. Indeed, we'll continue those conversations and we'll start to focus in on a district by district basis. So happy to carry that on, of course.
So there is a commitment to start a formal discussion specifically for this district?
There will be, yes,
yeah.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you.
David, I just have a couple of questions for clarity's sake.
Of course.
My notes indicate that the affordable in the William Baker plan is about at 20%?
Indeed, we've committed to 20% affordable housing, which
And there's a Section 30, an old Section 37 agreement in
there
place.
is, indeed.
And that, I have a number of 7 million.
So we've committed $7 million to the Downview Community Recreation Center. We've committed a significant amount of money to replace the pedestrian bridge over Sheppard. We've committed a significant amount of time and effort to preserve and convey the woodlot in William Baker to the city. So lots of really great benefits, along with the housing that will come out of that development.
So based on what's before us, when do you think ground will be broken on the site?
Our intention, all things equal, is to expose the first phase in the fall of this year, and would expect to find development partners within a period of 6 or 8 months and start to move through that process. Of course, there's a site plan and a building permit process to be run through with that partner, and ultimately break ground shortly after that.
So this goes out to market, and then you get interested builders.
Indeed, yeah.
Will they be required to conform to, and it's hasn't been sort of shaped finally, but the seniors village, seniors housing, seniors wraparound services, and
The ultimate partner indeed will be. We're working with a broker right now to strategize on the best possible way to go to the market. Our phase 1 is 3 parcels, as I'm sure everyone knows. The question for us is whether we go at 3 parcels all at once or 1 parcel at a time. The middle parcel, 3A, is the one that's dedicated to the seniors development. It's possible that we'll go separately with that to very specific development partners for that particular market.
all right. And I know the next deputant is from the Toronto Community Benefits Network. Now, informally, you've allocated some land for this community center. Can you maybe just share some of that with us?
I sure will. We, again, through discussions through the secondary plan and some long-standing discussions with the city dating back to the 2011 secondary plan, a portion of land at the very north and west corner of Downsview Park, or geographically the southeast corner of Keele and Sheppard, has been dedicated to the community center.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Hassan Mohammed, Toronto Community Benefits Network. Hassan, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you everyone for having me. My name is Hassan Mahmoud. I'm an organizer with, sorry.
The mic.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me. My name is Hassan Mahmoud and I work with the Toronto Community Benefits Network as an organizer. And I'll be reading this letter from our Executive Director, Rosemary Powell. Dear members of the North York Community Council, the Toronto Community Benefits Network is submitting this letter as a local Downsview stakeholder in order to highlight the need for the city to support the inclusion of a community benefits agreement and increased affordable housing as part of the proposed William Baker District development, and which in itself is part of a larger Downsview secondary plan area project. TCBN has engaged in extensive community consultations with local stakeholders, member organizations over the past 2 years through our CBA for Downsview campaign. The formation of our Downsview Community Benefits Committee in 2022 was instrumental in obtaining feedback from local community members, groups, and organizations. The following are a number of key themes and priorities we were able to identify as a result of our consultation process, and would like to include as part of a community benefits agreement as part of each development phase. Number 1, good jobs and inclusive economic opportunities, with a minimum of 10% apprenticeships, trades, and or craft working hours on a trade-by-trade basis to be performed by apprentices from historically disadvantaged communities and equity-deserving groups. Proposed minimum 50% target for equity hiring and minimum 25% for local hiring in new professional, administrative, technical operations, and maintenance roles. Social procurement. Minimum 20% social procurement target through purchasing goods and or services from local businesses, social enterprises, and businesses that are owned by persons who identify as Indigenous or Black or persons of color. 3, neighborhood improvements. Minimum of 30% affordable housing and or affordable ownership in each phase of development, with 50% of that being deeply affordable or rent geared to income for a minimum of 99 years. ensure access to affordable below market rate commercial and micro retail space opportunities are available to social enterprises and Black, Indigenous, or racialized businesses across all phases of development. Environmental sustainability that ensures and supports a just transition for jobs and careers, green building design materials, sustainable micromobility initiatives, preserves public parks, open spaces for culturally appropriate community-led initiatives. And finally, accountability and transparency, a commitment by each landowner to sign a community benefits framework with TCBN that ensures a community benefits agreement for each phase of the development at Downsview. Such frameworks would commit to including measurable targets and development targets, and commitment to ongoing monitoring, tracking, public reporting, and community oversight in each phase of the development. On April 27th, 2023, TCBN received support from the City Council's Planning and Housing Committee to move a motion to support of continuing discussions in order to advance a shared vision for the community benefits during the construction phase of the catchment area for the Downsview Secondary Plan. As was mentioned before, TCBN has yet to participate in formal discussions with Canada Lands Company on community benefits related to the construction of William Baker District, and would like to see the city support these discussions through the local city councilor and SDFA community benefits unit in order to negotiate a CBA that reflects local community priorities and targets for good local jobs and equitable development in advance of construction of the William Baker District. We have experience and expertise in working with a number of public and private stakeholders, CreateTO, Housing Now, Metrolinx, Casino Woodbine CBA, as well as developing strategies and best practices in relation to community benefits on a large scale infrastructure, housing, development projects in the City of Toronto. TCBN and our network members have been active in participating in numerous consultations related to update Downsview secondary plan process, a community development plan where community benefits and economic development has been identified as a key theme. We share concerns that development proposals at Downsview like this continue to move forward, while the update Downsview secondary plan and community development plan have yet to be finalized. Large-scale developments in the City of Toronto have demonstrated the opportunity to build infrastructure and housing, but also ensure that active, measurable steps are taken to include Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities who often face barriers to participate in the city building opportunities like this. According to the 6 guiding principles of William Baker District Plan, creating a place for all and providing a range of housing opportunities and options that are key concerns we are happy to see reflected in the report. However, minimum amount of affordable housing being set at 20% with 80% average market rent secured for 25 years is just not simply enough. Recently, the City of Toronto and CreateTO announced a partnership with Cooperative Housing Federation Toronto, Windmill Developments, and Civic Developments in order to create a new housing project in the Eglinton Avenue East area. This includes a delivery of around 918 homes, 612 of which are rent-geared to income, affordable and market rent-controlled cooperative homes set to 40 to 100% of average market rent. This is an excellent example and model of how deeply affordable housing can be achieved through strategic...
You're over 5 minutes, if you could just wrap up.
Through strategic partnerships and efficient use of publicly owned lands. Amidst a housing affordability crisis in Toronto, we'd like to see the City of Toronto call on Canada Lands and the federal government to develop a Downsview housing strategy that leverages federal, provincial, and municipal programs and strategic partnerships to increase affordable units and deeply affordability and increase tenure as part of this future and phases of all development at Downsview. We look forward to working with the city, local city councilor, James Pasternak, city staff, Canada Lands Company to achieve community benefits in a truly affordable community as part of William Baker District and future districts in Downsview. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? I just have one. So this land will be put out to the market where a builder will take carriage of it and build according to site plan agreement and various zoning. Do you lock in your agreement at this stage before it is put out to market, or do you wait till you know who the developer will be and negotiate your agreement with them?
So my understanding is that we have had initial conversations, but obviously the idea is to have an idea of something in stone in order to be able to proceed with an actual agreement, so that everyone is aware of where we stand on these issues.
All right, and you're open to a working group to kind of go through your letter and see what all the parties think?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much for your deputation.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the deputant? Questions for staff? No? Speakers? So I just want to, I'll just speak for a minute on this file because it's a very significant file in Downsview. This was one of the last applications secured before council, before the Planning Act was changed to remove the Section 37 and to replace it with the community benefits charge. I think the old planning system where you were able to solve most of your challenges at the local level was working quite well. The Section 37 agreement under this plan was transformational, and it will go to the community center that is envisioned at Sheppard and Keele. The 20% affordable housing will be an anchor for a future seniors village. The preservation of the historical woodlot there and the measures we put in place to protect it are ironclad. And of course, there'll be a new parks network that will also go onto the site, and an overpass bridge linking William Baker with the wider Downsview lands. I think at the end of the day, this was a good deal for Downsview. It was a good deal for the City of Toronto, and it was a good deal for the local neighborhoods. And I'd like to thank many of the people who were involved in helping work on this. We have a few of them here today, Josie, Pam, and Elizabeth, who have come here today to watch these proceedings. And I thank them for their endless hours of work in making this one of the best applications I've seen under the old Planning Act, something we could probably never do under the new planning regime. So there's work to do. There's always work to do on a file this large. I'd like to also thank the Community Benefits Network for coming here and sharing their views, and look forward to getting the working group going to make sure that people looking into chain link fence can share on the wealth that goes on inside the chain link fence. So I thank you very much, everybody, for speaking on this today. I believe we have a motion that I'd like to move, if we can put it on the screen. And what we're doing, yeah, so what we're doing is we're directing staff to meet with the applicant as soon as possible to resolving any outstanding concerns with respect to the conditions listed in attachment 3 to the report dated January 10th, 2024, and the Director, Community Planning, North York District, as expeditiously as possible. So I'll move that motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much on that one. Next item is 10.3, a series of addresses on Bathurst Street, as well as 11 to 15 Richelieu Road. Zoning amendment application. We have 4 deputants on the item. Paul Cronus. If any of these deputants are representing the property owner, they should say so before they speak.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name's Paul Cronus, Land Use Planner at Weir Folds. I'm here today with Daniel Rende, and we have Mr. Len Abelman on the line this morning virtually, in case we're here only to answer any of your questions to be of assistance to your committee in arriving at its decision. We've read the staff report. We fully support it. I'd like to say that over a period of 18 months, we worked in a very collaborative manner to reach report that you have here today. We're very pleased with the results, and I'd like to thank staff from urban design, parks, urban forestry, planning, transportation. We all work together, with some very difficult discussions in some cases, but we hope you accept the recommendations of staff. And I said earlier, we're here to answer any questions. We don't really have anything more to add than it's already been addressed in the report.
Okay. Did you say there's someone online as
Yes, Mr. Len Abelman. He's an architect, WZMH. He's our architect on the project.
Right. So he's listed as a deputant. Will he be speaking
No,
separately
sir.
or consider this part of the...
Right. We're here as a team to answer any questions
All right.
that you may
Okay.
have. But
So fair enough. Members, are there any questions for the deputants? They're just here to answer questions. There are none. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your
Thank you.
deputation. Daniel Rend?
he was to my right. I
Oh,
apologize.
he's part of your group too?
Yes, so the first three members you've listed are here just to assist. They're part of our team. And only if you have any questions. And if there's anything that comes up during the presentation of others, we're here to answer if you wish us to do so.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. Judy Chin? Great, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, sorry. Is that better? Hi. So I'm new to all this, so hello, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My concerns is just that it's a 32-story floor story. It's really, really high for the neighborhood. So my concerns are there's not a lot of tall buildings in the neighborhood and the impact. And I did read a little bit about it, so sorry about that they are going to put in more sewage systems and update it. So I really appreciate that. My concern is the impact of the traffic congestions in the neighborhood, in the community. It's already busy intersection. Does it really need to go to 32 stories? Can it be lower? It's the impact on the community with over 1,000 people in that area. How is the traffic going to be coming in and out? We have a lot of other new condos along Wilson that's come in, and there's a lot of added traffic. It takes an extra 10, 15 minutes to get out of the condo that I live to get even to the intersection. So again, I'm concerned about the impact of 1,000 people coming into the neighborhood and the environmental impact for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Concerns noted. Any questions for the deputant? Okay. We're going, those are good points. Councillor Cheng, questions for staff?
Thank you. Through the chair, just wondering, the residents spoke about concerns about traffic. What were the results of the study? It is a significant change from the landscape of the existing neighborhood, and just wondering the rationale for this zoning change. So it's two questions. One is about traffic, and one is about the rationale of going from 10 to 32.
Okay. Through the chair, I can answer the question related to traffic. Luigi Nicolucci, Transportation Services. So the actual proposal will generate approximately 130 two-way trips during the peak hours. However, when you eliminate the traffic that's currently generated by the site, it actually results in a negative trip generation. In other words, it's going to be an improvement over the existing condition.
Is that a gas station, or is that?
Sorry?
Is that because there's a gas station there?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you assess the trips that could be generated by the gas station and you take those out, there's actual improvement in terms of trip generation. So there's a negative traffic impact, if you will. So based on that, we accepted the traffic impacts of the proposal.
Thank you. And just if someone could speak to the 10 to 32 story change.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. There is a proposal for a 10-story element on Bathurst and Wilson, right at the corner, and then the 32-story element is at the rear of the site, adjacent to Highway 401. Both Wilson and Bathurst Street are identified as avenues in our official plan and are designated mixed use, and they're identified as opportunities for growth and intensification. And being along the highway, there is limited impact. It is set back over 40 meters from Wilson Avenue.
So that 32 stories isn't going to shadow any homes or existing residents because it's right beside the highway, is that correct?
There is limited shadow on a number of properties, but not very many, and it does move quite fast throughout the day because it is far back and triangular in shape, the tower.
Mm-hmm.
So it does, and there's no shadow during the summer months.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for staff?
I'll move staff recommendations.
Okay, so we're on speakers, and Councillor Cheng is moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 10.4, excuse me, 3374 Keele Street zoning amendment application. I have one speaker on the item. Josie Cascado.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I do live at Sheppard, and I know I'm on both cases talking about Sheppard here. This 3374 Keele Street, we never had any community consultation. We didn't even know about this building. We knew in 2021 that it was 12 floors, and then all of a sudden, we heard that it's 29. We would like to know a little bit more about this. We would like to meet with the builder. We would like to discuss where they're going to attach our sewage systems, because if it's through Sheppard, probably will be okay, because down to Keele and Diana, I may report, we're flooding already. We'd like to meet with them, and we'd like to have some consultation with the councilor. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Josie. And I'm going to be asking some questions of staff. There was a virtual community consultation on October 7th, 2021, but that was on the lower building, and I can't seem to find any record of a second consultation done on the 29-story. So let's try and get those questions answered. Questions for staff? Okay. Councillor Cheng?
So I'm just wondering, through the chair, what is the policy and process when a development goes through a significant change? Is there a requirement for another consultation, or is that then something that we have to advocate for?
So through the chair, it's David Sitt here answering the question. I would say our official plan has a policy requirement to have at least one community meeting. There are situations where a application may evolve over time, and my experience is sometimes the local councillor will ask for a second follow-up meeting. Mm-hmm. But keep a note, in terms of this application, obviously it's been appealed right now, right? So it's been appealed to the OLT. So right now, it is technically out of council's hands at this point in time. When the OLT schedules, and they have already a case management conference in the past, they notify other interested parties who may have an interest in the hearing and attend the case management conference. So that's how further notice goes out, but I would say right now our official plan requires the one community meeting.
Is there, even though there is this OLT process and I guess window of engagement, is it still possible although it would be very hard for it to be a consultation, but at least a community information meeting to ensure that residents have a chance to engage with the developer. Would that still be, I think, allowed, given that it is going to OLT?
So I think to answer that, I would say that there's nothing stopping it from happening, but I think at the same time, I would say it would be voluntary in terms of whether or not the applicant would want to even engage in that, because they may take the position, it's been appealed, it's at the OLT right now, and we're going to deal with it through that process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for staff? So I have a couple. What is the basis of the appeal? I mean, what are they going? Was it a reporting period issue, or was the application just really so far out in left field that we weren't going to consider it, or what's their basis for appeal?
So, through the chair, I don't have their actual appeal letter in front of us right now, but I would say, to your point, they've appealed it based on a non-decision. So after the clock has reached 90 days, then they have a right to appeal if we have not issued a decision. So that would have been the first thing. Obviously, they would have seen and been aware that city staff have concerns with respect to this application, and those concerns are outlined in the report, and they certainly include things like the heights, the setbacks. Servicing is a major issue on this site as well.
So they went to appeal. I mean, they filed the new application less than a year ago, and they went to appeal. They didn't give it much of a chance, did they?
Yeah, and they would have filed it as a revised application, Councillor, so I don't believe it would be a new application. They've revised it from their original 12-story building.
Now, we're directing, under the staff recommendations here, we're directing the city solicitor and appropriate staff to attend the Ontario Land Tribunal. I assume that's in opposition to the application. But do negotiations continue?
Through the chair, I would say they certainly can. And again, this is with the willingness of the applicant and the city to engage in further conversations. You know, there are certainly some applicants that we deal with that they say, you know, we don't want to have any further discussion and we will proceed directly to a hearing. So it's certainly an opportunity to further engage, and with many of our applications, we do enter into further mediation discussions, but that is a voluntary process that the parties would enter.
Are there any barriers to holding a public consultation during this appeal process?
I'm actually going to suggest that our legal staff answer that question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the challenge is that once we're in litigation, everyone is a little bit more circumspect about making statements in public. So there could be a meeting, but it would probably be limited to questions of information and process rather than a substantive discussion of the merits of the appeal.
Certainly, if the property owner decides to do their own consultation and just set up shop and just meet with the community, that's their prerogative.
That would certainly be their prerogative, Mr. Chair. Whether they chose to do that or not would not be in our control.
But no legal barriers to having a consultation based on the resubmission of the application?
No, the only legal barrier they may cite is that there's a limit to how far they're willing to discuss alternatives or other outcomes. I think that there would be no legal barrier to discussing the actual application as it stands today.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, just one. Is this site close to a subway station?
Through the chair, I think you heard the the shout out from the community there.
Is it?
So the answer is no.
Okay, so it's not within the.
It's not within the radius of our.
800 meters.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and the second thing is right now, what's the zoning? Mixed use or?
The official plan designation is mixed use, correct?
And what does our official plan permit in a mixed use?
Well, the official plan in terms of the mixed-use designation is typically the designation where we would encourage and direct the majority of our growth, but keeping in mind the other policies that are in our official plan. We heard earlier in one of our items that we had on the William Baker subdivision, this site is across the street from the William Baker subdivision on the opposite side of Keele. So we have to take into consideration what is happening with respect to those lands and how those lands will develop, and see whether or not this site also performs in the same way. As I said earlier, there are some serious servicing concerns with respect to this site, so that is something that, aside from the height of the building or the density of the building, the servicing is a concern for us on this application.
Okay, thank you.
Just going to hold the item down for a couple of minutes, as I might move a motion to have further consultation on it. Next item is 10.5, 3 Swift Drive, zoning bylaw amendment, rental housing demolition applications. Now, we have a number of speakers on this item. Might as well get to it. Yusuf Matador. Yusuf Matador? No. Paula Wolfson? Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, John Burnside, North York Community Council members, and Derek Wong. My name is Paula Wolfson. I'm a professional musician and theater artist, and I've lived at 3 Swift Drive for 13 years. I address you today asking you to please bravely oppose the change to the bylaw referred to in this application that we are meeting about today. Number 21-251-397-99Y-16OZ. If you approve the change, it will be the death knell to this low-rise enclave. If 3 Swift Drive goes, it will set a destructive precedent enabling the demolition of the neighboring 13 similar buildings. For those of you who haven't visited this area, I encourage you to do so, and I'm going to try to show a very short video. We'll see if that comes to fruition. It's clear that we are in a housing crisis, a crisis of both availability and affordability. As we encourage and approve new housing supply in Toronto, we need to ensure that this new supply does not come at the expense of existing affordable rental housing. Here we go. That's our neighborhood. In May of last year, the CBC reported that the city's ambitious 2019 plan to build 10,000 affordable homes on city land had yet to result in a single new apartment. The city agency overseeing the plan said at the time that pandemic delays were largely to blame. From the Toronto Star, January 13th of this year, Victoria Gibson, affordable housing reporter, wrote, quote, Toronto approved the demolition of 1,229 units from January to early December 23, compared to 298 in 2017. 298 in 2017, 1,229 from January to December 23. Toronto is approving a growing number of rental demolitions and redevelopments, and less than 2/3 of tenants ever go back, unquote. From the report for action regarding Bill 97 to the Toronto City Council dated May 8th, 2023 by city staff Greg Linton, Christine Ono, and Deanna Chorney. There are 73 active rental housing demolition applications that propose to demolish over 3,440 existing rental units. The 2021 census reported that 220,490 renter households, or 40% of all renter households in Toronto, experienced affordability issues. 2021. The majority of rental units proposed to be demolished are rented at below market rents, in part because they often represent an older portion of the housing stock, and older units are inherently more affordable. Existing rental apartments provide a good source of affordable units. It is critical that the city continues to maintain this stock of housing to meet housing affordability needs, particularly in light of the housing and affordability crisis, unquote. Lastly, our 2-lane, 1-block drive is full of school buses and garbage trucks and reckless drivers using it as a shortcut to the Don Valley Parkway. Please consider the traffic mayhem that the additional cars of these 2 towers will add to the existing nightmare out there. And I repeat, new housing supply should not come at the expense of existing affordable rental housing. Affordable housing should be a human right, not a commodity. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the deputant? I just have one. So, I mean, I'm reading in a lot of detail, and these are the legal requirements across the city that we must, any landowner developing a rental site must replace all of those rental units one for one. You make it seem as if they're disappearing from the marketplace.
Well, if you remove all these rental buildings, where are 61 people supposed to go while they're building the new one? That's the issue for me.
I mean, I'm not going to get into a debate with you, but there's a very well-funded program where we're covering a wide range of expenses of people who are displaced from these kind of situations where they receive a lot of cash in hand, moving expenses, relocations, support services, and the opportunity to move back. You're making it seem as if these units are gone forever. That's not the case at all.
From the time they put the shovels in the ground, they have 4 years. Many of our residents don't have that kind of time. They're retirees that have been in the building for 30 and 40 years. And may I respectfully ask you, when is the last time you looked for an apartment?
All right. No, thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to see whether you were aware of this program.
Oh,
Okay.
we're aware. We're aware. Thank you.
Noha Hassan. Noha Hassan. Peter Gillespie. Online? Okay, Mr. Gillespie?
On video.
Mr. Gillespie?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're online here. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so I currently live on Alveston Drive, about 6 houses up from the apartments at the on Eccleston and Swift. And I understand that, you know, Eglinton is a main artery leading to downtown Toronto, and especially with the opening of the LRT, it becomes a very nice way for people to get downtown. The problem is that, as the previous person said, these towers at 31 and 35 stories are extreme in size, and approving this project opens up the demolition of the other 12 four-story apartments in that area. And doing that will completely change the harmony of Victoria Village. Okay, so from that point of view, currently there's no school that's going to be able to handle these kids that will be living in there. The traffic in Victoria Village is already congested during rush hour with people cutting through the village, as my previous speaker said, to get to the Don Valley Parkway. If you add more school buses and more cars, it's only going to get right out of control. Currently, Eccleston is crowded every day with cars parking on Eccleston, and they're starting to sneak up on Alveston. When the only way to stop them from sneaking on Alveston is to call the police, and then the police go over and they ticket them. They don't always ticket them, and they don't patrol the street doing it. I have to phone, and then they come over and do it. I don't know, maybe we're going to pass another bylaw in a couple of weeks that will allow parking on the street throughout Victoria Village, as happens in many other areas of the city. Something else that I have concerns about is the people who are living in these apartments are not rich people. Apartments currently provide nice housing for people who work in the local malls and in the area. And sometimes it's retired people, sometimes it's people who are working at McDonald's or up at the Bay, but they provide nice homes for these people. I don't know if they're going to be able to afford the new one. A lot of questions. The other thing is, if you have to really do something in that area in order to somewhat maintain the character of the area, what about considering 10 and 12 stories as was done up at Sloan and Eglinton? At least those apartments are not the great monsters that will shade out the southern end of Victoria Village. I just have a lot of trouble with what's going to happen there, and the character of the whole village is going to change. Thank you very much. I'm finished.
Sorry about that. Any questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much, Mr. Gillespie. Al Bagharian? Great. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Al Bulgarian, and I represent an elderly at 3 Swift Drive, and I'm also a stakeholder and a resident. I'm a college professor and an analyst. What we, or many of the residents of 3 Swift Drives today, we would like to ask Northview Community Council to recommend to reject this application for many reasons. First, have a little bit equity. Do not create more unaffordable housing in Toronto. How? When the building is destroyed and is reconverted into high-rise condominium or rental apartments, then it's going to be at a high price. And who's going to pay those high prices? The rich, the zillionaires people. And what they're going to do, most of them, with those apartments they have purchased, they re-rent at high prices. Don't make more people homeless, as Paula was saying, and is proof that media has also endorsed that claim. People are going to be homeless. And where do they end up? Downtown Toronto, or many of them go to Hamilton. And Hamilton, by some people, are called homeless city capital of Canada. Do not add to the sufferings of those Torontonians already struggling in poverty. Be sensitive to the needs of the vulnerable Torontonians. Don't, I'm addressing council members, please don't always try to team up with the rich and powerful. Consider people's power. Hear and act upon people's righteous demand to live decent life. After all, it is constitutional. More reasons. The single more important reason for this dilemma, creation of unaffordable housing. For years and years and years, City of Toronto officials have been saying that they are doing everything possible to increase affordable housing. But as we see on the newspapers and the media outlets, and Paula was referring to article on January 13th of Toronto Star, we see more and more people becoming homeless, and we see more and more unaffordable housing in Toronto. And this case, 3 Swift Drive, is one of those cases. And if you don't believe this, go and read the news media. And this plan is going to contribute to the problem of unaffordable housing. Swift Drive is actually a partially affordable housing, not quite affordable. Is partially affordable for people who have been living there for 15 years, 20 years. And we're going to get rid of it. How assured are we going to get by the developer and the owner that we're going to get the same price range for rental and same conditions? There are some more reasons that we are asking the city to reject this application. There has not been any environmental studies. There has not been any social studies. There has not been any educational human rights studies. No ecological studies. There is apparently a river underground in 3 Swift Drive that upon erection and building 2 high rises, that river is going to be destroyed. So we're going to damage the ecology. And again, most important thing in here is we're going to create more and more homeless people. And the public hearings of this type have always been convened from the viewpoint of the city site. First of all, what sites are in here? First site in here, the site of the city that is teamed up with owners, developers, banks, investors, enforcement agencies, and media outlets.
You're at 5 minutes
okay,
now.
If
you could wrap up.
Okay,
Thank
is
you.
the people of Toronto. And in planning department of City of Toronto has not been engaging in proper communications with the people. They are telling us to send questions, and we send them. We send questions to Mr. Derek Wong. He doesn't respond properly. And
all right, so we'll.
And he said,
could you just wrap up?
I'm not gonna answer these questions. Anyway, I'm out of time. Thank you for.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for your deputation. Any questions for the deputant? No. Councillor Cheng.
Sorry, sir, if you can come back to the microphone, I just have a question for you. So I hear, yeah, it is very stressful if you see the word demolition where you're living, and you've lived there a long time. I just wonder if you know what would happen if we declined this proposal. Do you know what the next step would be?
rejecting the application?
If the city rejects the application, what happens after that? Do you know?
Of course, we are the stakeholders. We're 61 stakeholders, and we have the right to express our opinion and decide about our lives.
So just did you know that the developer would then likely go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and at the Ontario Land Tribunal, they often approve even more density than what the city is asking. Did you know that there'd be a risk that it could be even a bigger building if this has to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, that the city actually doesn't have the ultimate say oftentimes when things go to appeal?
Yes, all right. First of all, I should say, to begin with, some of the city bylaws have flaws in them. They're old, antiquated, maybe have been written in 1950s, 60s, 1940s or so. The way the city is treating these dwellings is the same for both.
So I'm
vacant places and also places where the people are living. When the people are living in there, they should proceed with caution. The communication was missing here. All of a sudden, they put the sign in there with demolition. And let me tell you that people in our building have had sleepless nights.
Yes.
They had mental anguish. They had anxiety. And some of them are telling me that anytime somebody slips the paper under their door, they get panic that demolition is going to be imminent.
Yeah.
These are facts. And all the people in there, when they are displaced, you know, the doctors is set, the pharmacy is set, grocery is set. So when they're displaced, they cannot replace all that.
It is very stressful, and I'm very sorry this is happening, but I just wanted to let you know that it is a very difficult thing to, in this current environment, the city actually doesn't have as much power as you think it does. We are a creature of the province, and the things that we turn down inevitably end up at the Ontario Land Tribunal. So I just wanted to let you know that, and we'll continue to hear the deputations. Thank you.
Sure. From what I'm hearing from you and also from Mr. Speaker is that the City Council, the North Coast Community Council is going to approve this. We should not. That's what I'm hearing from you two people in there. You should not do this. That's against the interest of the people.
I don't.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Anyhow, we can continue the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for the deputant? Great. Thank you very much for your comments. Patricia Riley. Patricia Riley, online? Oh, there you are. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Councillor Burnside, thank you for attending. Unfortunately, Shelley Carroll's not here today. I believe she would be one of the people that would traditionally be here at North York Community Council. So I'll just remind you of some of her words of late as taken off the media. Toronto has a $1.5 billion shortfall in its budget. For shelter, we have a $1.8 billion shortfall. We can't keep kicking that can down the road. Toronto is relying on $250 million from the federal government to support refugees that Justin Trudeau invited to Toronto. On a simple maths, too many people, not enough housing creates a crisis. It's not rocket science. We received a package from the City of Toronto regarding the development. Just breezing through it today, It actually talks about retail space at ground level fronting Dundas Street East. Not our development. This is a legislatively administered process against public participation. I recognized early on in these procedures that someone had to have a proper public meeting, which drove the city to have one in July of last year. This administrative process is happening on inadequate notice period. I confirmed with the city clerk's office. We were mailed notices after Christmas. One of them was dated January 3rd. Today's January 24th. Canada Post is not getting any letter to any doorstep in one day. And I'm here today because I don't live at 3 Swift Drive. I live in the neighborhood because I act as carer for my 74-year-old mother, who also resides at 3 Swift Drive with my brother Christopher. All along this process, you heard Councillor Pasternak ask, well, what about the money, the bucket of money that's going to be there to shift everybody from 3 Swift Drive? It's inadequate. If you looked at the numbers, you'd actually be ashamed. Recently, we had a public meeting at Sloan Public School. 3 Swift Drive redevelopment should have been on that agenda, Councillor Burnside, and it was not. For the Concord-Winford Drive community, you held a school meeting at Don Mills Collegiate Institute. All the outstanding members of city staff were there. And please know I am not here to disparage anybody's professional capacity, but we're in a housing crisis and you want to shift people that have lived there 30, 40, 50 years. These are people in their 70s that moved to that neighborhood to work in small industry in order to create Toronto as the economic engine of Canada. There's hydrology issues. I'd like everybody to know before 3 Swift Drive was there, it was a maple sugar shack. Maple trees only stand as a forest when there's tons of water underneath. There's an underground river under that building. If you start driving down pylons for skyscrapers, you change the course of the water and you affect all the other buildings. The natural environment, it's so degraded in this city right now, and you want to add more traffic. We were told at a March 24th, 2022 meeting that the intent to rezone was there at this time, but they may not develop. It could be a 10-year timeline. That leaves us open to vulture funds, overseas institutional investors. Where's the money coming from? Dublin's in a crisis, housing. It's all about money and developers. So the compensation package is a joke. The actual planning, if I was in charge, I'd say the design was on excessive scale and density would constitute overdevelopment of an ecologically sensitive site and create overly dominant and incongruous development. It fails to provide an appropriate transition on scale to existing residential dwellings on the sides to the north, to the west, and to the east. It would have an overbearing impact and result on undue overlooking of adjacent residential properties. It would take away the sun, one of the few things we have left to keep ourselves healthy. It would significantly detract from the visual amenities of the area and seriously injure the amenities of properties adjacent. You failed to demonstrate that the range of travel needs of the future resident population can be met by the proposed development. It is along a transit corridor, but Swift Drive has no stop because Metrolinx recognize on an engineering scale that there is water And water today, if it's 30 below or 30 above, right now today the water's at level seeping out of the ground onto Swift Drive, creating an ice hazard during this time of the year. So I ask you, does the city have it to administer such projects? We saw what happened on the Uber file. There's too much co-joining with business interests without looking for the human dynamic. We've seen how actually these kind of proposals have become worse. Councillor Chen mentioned other areas of government, other levels having more powers. These folks here are being offered an inadequate package to leave. All the other ones going forward, they're not getting that. So Toronto has to ask itself, do you want to be a first-class city, or do you want to build on lands that are available? There's quite a bit of land available. And this is just me winging it due to inadequate notice period. I will make my concerns known to you. I'm a biologist by trade. I'm concerned that the local First Nations haven't been contacted.
All right, sure. Thank you very much.
And you have a good day. Thank you for your time.
That's a great way of wrapping up. Yes, no. It's, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Kimberly Sanderson? Online? Miss Sanderson? Miss Sanderson? It's a very special pen. You'll return it, right? It's a special pen. You'll return it? Amy Sheppard. Yeah, Kimberly, if you can hear us, we'll come back to you in a few minutes. Miss Sheppard?
Good morning. My name is Amy Sheppard. I'm a professional planner with Arcadis. I don't know if you need my address, but 55 St. Clair Avenue West. No.
Are you the property owner's representative?
I am, yes. I'm here
Okay.
representing Republic Developments, and I do have my colleagues from our urban design and architectural practice here today to help answer any questions, as well as a representative from Republic Developments. We'd like to thank city staff and the local residents for their involvement in this planning process. The development team appreciates the concerns of local residents and understands how, in order to provide much-needed additional housing in the city and meet policy objectives for achieving densities which support transit investment through intensification, that some people will be temporarily displaced. We recognize the impact on the residents within the building, and over the past few years, Republic Developments has consulted with the tenants and the broader community, along with housing staff at the city, to prepare a draft tenant relocation and assistance plan. And this plan addresses the rights of tenants, which are set out by the city. It assures that those 61 tenants will have first right to the 61 replacement rental units at similar rents to what they're paying now. Plus, they will be able to enjoy the benefits of the new building, including in-suite laundry, amenity space, central air conditioning, and other benefits. Compensation to help mitigate the hardships during construction of the building is also part of the tenant replacement package. Republic and its consultant team have worked very closely with city staff over the past several years to refine the development concept. They've lowered building heights to ensure appropriate setbacks between the building and property lines to minimize shadow and wind impacts. And they've also come up with a strategy to provide additional outdoor amenities and improvements that will not only benefit residents of the building, but the broader community. The revised proposal for this site includes 2 towers with 857 residential units, including the 61 full rental replacements, which are guaranteed. And they also have introduced a new public park and what's called a POPS, a privately owned, publicly accessible space along Eglinton Avenue. As noted in the city's recommendation report, the proposed development represents an appropriate level of intensification. It's in keeping with provincial and municipal policy direction. And city staff is recommending council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the lands from residential multiple to residential apartment. And they're also recommending the city approve the rental housing demolition application. Republic and its consulting team look forward to continuing to work with city staff on the finalization of the zoning bylaw amendment. They are proceeding with a site plan approval application and other factors that will weigh into ensuring that this important project moves forward, and they're committed to working with the tenants within 3 Swift and the larger community. As I mentioned, we are here to answer any questions pertaining to planning, the development, or the architecture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the deputation. Any questions for the deputant?
Just wondering, how many parking spots are currently retained by the residents?
So currently it's my understanding that there are 40 parking spaces that are being utilized by the current residents. The proposed proportion within the new building, it is a transit supportive development that's looking at car share and other opportunities. So the same proportion of parking, which is proposed at 15 at this time, but I understand is open to discussions, is to be provided in the new building.
And what is the plan or expectation for residents who are car dependent, especially seniors, in transitioning back? So I heard that some of them are quite elderly already, and so let's count out 4 years from now, and then they move back, but 40 becomes 15. What happens to everybody else? Is there a plan for that?
It's my understanding that Republic Developments, along with the landowner, is working on a solution which could involve compensation. And it's my understanding that there will be not necessarily a lottery in terms of who has access to those 15 spaces, but they'll be looking at the long-term tenancy, who's been there the longest, and looking at their current car requirements.
Sorry, can you just clarify? So what is I think a payout is probably not helpful for somebody who actually needs to drive. So what is the plan for residents who are moving back who don't get a spot?
I would have to defer to Republic and to the landowner. I'm not sure if at this time we're able to provide that information, but we do understand it's very important to council and to the city and to the residents. And I think we'll have to refer back to you on the plan to help assist.
Because as you can see, it's a very suburban area. Even though you're getting a transit station there, it's not a very walkable street yet. It may be in 10, 20, 30 years, but that's not going to help the residents. They're not going to be able to go to the doctor's office as easily as what they're used to right now. So I'm just wondering if there is a plan for that, but it sounds like I have to ask somebody else that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for the deputant? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last speaker we'll come back to Kimberly Sanderson. Is she on the line? Okay, Miss Sanderson?
Can we ask questions?
No.
Sorry about that. I did not want to connect. Okay. 1 second. Sorry. You're getting feedback. I live in the area. I have lived in the Don Mills area for over 40 years. My mother has lived there for over 50. And this is getting to the point of insane. I'm sorry to say. In 2014, my family was granted the air rights to the historic Don Mills area, which covers the areas of Leslie Street to York Mills Road over to Victoria Park Avenue, Victoria Park Avenue over to Eglinton Avenue East, and Eglinton Avenue East over to the Leslie Street. With having the air rights, we literally have the right to say that we cannot continue to have these buildings built at these great heights in an area that was built on backfill. We're going to have the buildings collapse. We need to be reasonable here. Now, my family is willing to be reasonable. If these buildings are not built above 12 stories, then we will not charge air rights. Otherwise, if you go above 12 stories, you will be paying from 10 feet under the ground, where there is the Don River that is seeping through the ground constantly, all the way up to as high as you build and beyond, for the rest of the existence of the building at $15 per square foot. Now, I don't know about you, but most people aren't willing to pay that. Now, we're willing to look at 6 extra stories because it's already a 6-story building, but beyond that, you are more than encroaching on the rest of the area. You are encroaching on the streets, you are encroaching on the environment, the wildlife, which we're already having troubles with coyotes and raccoons and foxes. We are having the issues of rats because of all the buildings coming up and starting to infest above ground. Now, the schools cannot sustain this number, no matter what you say. They can't sustain this number of occupancy. The roads cannot sustain this amount of occupancy. And the people that live here don't want it. This is an area, it's a historic designated area. It is the first and only planned community in Canada. Why are we destroying a historic planned community where every apartment, every high-rise, every townhouse, every single dwelling, every commercial and industrial building, the schools, the churches, the mosques, were all planned. So now we're going against the original plan of the whole image of what Don Mills is. Is there not the reasonable possibility of this council saying no to this demolition? And if it goes to tribunal, I will be there for that too. I already have the air rights on record for the Donway. Can we consider lowering the amount of these towers?
Thank you. I assume you're done? Or
I will be done, yes.
Or did the connection break?
Sorry. Just to add in, this letter was granted by the Premier of Kathleen Wynne in 2014. And it goes back retroactive to 1980.
All right. So you're pretty well at 5 minutes. So could you just want to wrap up?
It is up.
You're done.
Yep. Okay. No, I'm done.
All right. Any questions for the deputants? No? Okay. Kimberly, thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Council, for hearing me out.
You're very welcome. Take care. Okay. That's it for deputants. We we have a couple of, there may be someone who's been waiting on the line who we're not sure of their identity. Okay.
Good morning, caller 442234. If you could please identify yourself, please provide your full name as well as the item you're speaking on, item number you're speaking on. Yeah, there. Hello, caller 442234. You have been unmuted. If you could please provide your full name as well as the item number you're speaking on.
No response? Okay, we have to move on. There's another motion here. We keep getting requests for deputations on items. We have to have a cutoff at some point. So we have a motion to, yeah, let's put it on the screen to cut off deputations on all items starting at 11:30. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right, so coming back to the current item, 10.5, questions for staff? Okay, Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to ask the same question that I just asked about the parking. I know the requirement is not there, and there isn't a policy because it's right beside higher order transit. But I'm just wondering, are there street parking permits available nearby? What would be a plan to support the residents upon their return for those who especially are seniors and car dependent if they do not win the 15-spot lottery?
Through the chair, again, Luigi from Transportation Services. I'm not sure offhand what the existing parking regulations are on the public streets right now. What I can tell you is that our goal from a Transportation Services perspective is to secure what we think is an adequate amount of parking to accommodate the projected demand. And unless there's other information available that tells us otherwise, our best indication in terms of what the parking demand could be in this specific instance is the governing bylaw. And by that I mean specifically the new citywide bylaw that applied when the application was received in 2021 or so, and not the new minimum rates that are currently in effect right now. So given that, when you apply that bylaw, the site requires a total of 215 parking spaces, and they are providing a total of 220. So about 5 spaces above the minimum requirement. Based on that, we accepted the proposed parking supply.
So, in fact, there will be parking spots. They're just not being offered to the residents in their rental replacement agreement, and they could potentially purchase one which would probably be very expensive and not affordable for them. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I would assume that is correct. I'm not sure how expensive it would be, but there obviously will be an expense for that, correct?
Is there a potential to negotiate that number higher?
Through the chair, I believe you're referring about the minimum parking supply, is that correct?
No, the 15 that are being offered as part of the rental replacement. Could it be negotiated to 30 or like double the number so that at least one car per household or something could be offered?
Through the chair, I defer that to my city planning colleagues.
Thanks. Through the chair. So as you rightly noted, through our replacement policies, we're not able to require the replacement of parking spaces. But
the goodwill of developers could potentially, through a negotiation,
absolutely,
it is not illegal for them to offer some more. Is that correct?
Correct. There are many cases for rental replacement projects where all returning tenants receive parking spaces.
Mm-hmm. Because I think, especially when it comes to seniors and in a currently quite suburban area, that it would create hardship to force people to give up their cars in this situation. So the transition, while ultimately we're hoping people take higher order transit, but in this case, it does create a difficulty. And I guess I'm wondering, is that something that we have to require through a motion, that further discussions be had, or could that just happen without a motion?
Through the chair, at this point, I would think it would need to be a motion.
Okay.
The way we negotiate replacement unit parking spaces is that the parking rate has to be the same for the market units as the replacement units. And in this case, that is. They are meeting that. So that's why we would be supporting the current situation.
Mm-hmm.
But absolutely.
There is precedence in the city where there is more provided based on the goodwill of the developer. Is that what I'm hearing? That there are situations in the city where that has happened?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So could we... I would like to move that motion, so I'm going to I need some time to work on that.
Okay, are you requesting the item be held down? Okay. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Chen, could you please work on your motion with the clerk? Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you. Through you to, I think it's our legal department, most likely. In terms of the various regulations set by the province and the city, is the developer meeting or checking all the boxes, and what's our power to, I'll say, extract more concessions?
Through the chair, the applicant, we are advised by our planning staff that the applicant is indeed meeting all of the requirements in terms of the requirements to the existing tenants. That doesn't prevent the applicant from offering more if they want to, but they are absolutely meeting the requirements, which is why there's a positive staff report on this.
So it would essentially be a moral argument as opposed to a legal argument?
I think that's probably right, yes.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to one of the planning staff, if we were to reject this proposal, that is North York Community Council, what are the likely next steps? Without presupposing what the developer might do, or what are the options?
The likely outcome would be that the developer would then appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. There are two matters before the Community Council today. There is the planning application and the rental housing demolition application. The applicant could only appeal the planning application to the OLT. The rental housing demolition application stays in the hands of council. At this point, we have a positive staff report on both of those elements. If the matter were appealed, the applicant would be free to change the planning proposal and potentially make a proposal that staff was less supportive of. We don't know what they would do. At the end of the day, though, if and when a proposal was adopted or was permitted by the OLT, it would come back to council for the rental housing demolition, at which point we would be in the same position we are in now in terms of negotiating a package for the tenants.
Okay, thank you. And so through the chair again, back to staff again, if the applicant went to the OLT on the actual development proposal, would you be in a position to support council under the current proposal, or how would the planning department be working in that regard? If you've already said you approve, your recommendation is to approve. If council were to say no, then what would your position be at the Ontario Land Tribunal based on the application as it stands?
So through the chair, it's David Sitt again. So as you rightly stated, Councillor, that we have a positive report right now in terms of the two buildings that are being proposed. So if council were to obviously go against the recommendation of staff, which is certainly council's right to do so, And as our solicitor has said, if it were to be appealed, ultimately, legal counsel, once we get to a hearing, will have to determine who their witnesses are going to be at a hearing. But it will not be the city planning staff that have written this report, because the city planning staff will have supported that proposal. So what typically happens in situations like this is our legal staff would then try to embark upon a process of finding outside planning staff to support council's refusal of the application, and whether or not they would be successful or not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, I just want
Councillor Cole?
to clarify something. Yes, David. If this committee, North York Community Council, basically votes against this recommendation, and it's a positive recommendation on the planning and the demolition part, when you're at the tribunal, would the applicant be allowed to call Toronto planning staff officials and question their, report at the tribunal?
So through the chair, absolutely, Councillor. There are situations where that certainly happens, and city planning staff would be subpoenaed to a hearing and would be actually at the request of the applicant to testify.
So that's the real jeopardy, in that this is a positive report, so the applicant will call city planning officials to testify on why they wrote the positive report, and so he would use those planning officials as, you might say, ammunition to basically support their case. Is that right?
Through the chair, I mean, I certainly don't want to speculate what the applicant would do and what types of questions they would ask, but certainly, as I said, there is a positive report that is in front of everybody today and has been signed and written by our planners. So right now, that is what city planning's position would be.
Yeah, and I understand how difficult it is for residents to keep up with all these unprecedented changes of planning in Ontario. But so what's the risk of going to the tribunal for the residents?
So through the chair, I mean, I'll try to answer it a bit, and then our legal counsel could probably jump in. I mean, the risk is obviously a negative decision that could have an outcome that's far worse than the application you have in front of you today. So that's what I would say the risk of that could be. The rental housing component, as our lawyer had said, is not before the OLT. So that is still a package that has been negotiated that would still provide the adequate protection for the existing tenants in the building. But what I'm talking about is the actual planning application that establishes, the number of units, how big the building is, the parking, all that stuff is part of what could be appealed to the OLT.
And at the OLT, who can speak at these mysterious hearings held somewhere? Who can speak?
So through the chair, I would say there's different levels of participation at an OLT hearing. There is what's called party status, and then there's also what's called participant status. And so for you to actually have party status, typically somebody would be represented more formally with planners and lawyers that would represent their interests. As a participant, you're able to communicate and voice your objections to the OLT member, but you will not have the same status as you would as a party.
So as a participant, can you speak at the hearing, at the OLT hearing?
I'm going to turn that over to our lawyer just to weigh in.
Through you, Mr. Chair, participants have now been limited to written statements at the OLT. They're no longer entitled to make an oral deputation.
So you can't speak if you're a participant.
That's right.
So the only way a community group could voice their opinions if they hire their own lawyers, hire their own planners.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's no rule that says you have to have a planner and a lawyer to be made a party, but you certainly typically do see those, the parties have those. The other thing is that individuals are rarely given party status. It might require the incorporation of an association. And then there would be some pressure to ensure that they were able to bring a full planning case, because of course it would be a planning hearing. And the questions that would be asked would be whether they had employed a lawyer or a planner.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for staff? No? Okay. So, speakers? I'm going to...
Is there anyone else or just me?
Well, I'm going to move the staff recommendations.
She has a motion, then I'm going to speak.
Councillor Cheng. So Councillor Cheng has to speak.
Well, can you let him speak first, because I'm still nailing down.
Oh, you're still working on the... I should advise councillors that I realize this meeting's going to go a little late. Quorum is at risk after 2 o'clock, so we want to move things along pretty quickly. Councillor Burnside, did you want to speak first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So this is extremely difficult. I've spoken with the residents on numerous occasions, and I 100% sympathize with their situation. I think it now is a moral argument versus a legal argument. Legally, rules of Thank you. Legally, we're kind of boxed in by the province and by the city rules in terms of what we can and can't demand, extract, or negotiate. But to Councillor Cheng's point, I think there are some areas where we still need to improve on this application, one of them being potential parking, more parking or compensation or whatever the case might be. I recognize that should this go to the OLT, that our options are very limited, but I would like that opportunity to work with the developer and the community to see if there's more that we can do for the current residents at Swift Drive. So I know Councillor Pasternak is moving staff recommendations, but I won't be supporting that.
Okay. Okay. So I think change is hard, and this is a very difficult situation. A lot of things are happening in Toronto that are not, frankly, in the best interest of some of the most vulnerable people in our neighborhoods. But our ability to stop change is also very limited. So for me, I think the best situation here is to move forward, because the risk of not moving forward could result in something worse, but at least negotiate for a better parking situation. So I have a motion. My motion is that North York Community Council requests that city planning to further negotiate for increased parking provisions for the existing tenants towards the goal that each current tenant that currently has a parking spot would get at least one spot should they return to the building. So I think that softens the transition. It allows residents to know that they can still get around in their new home in the future. So I'll be supporting staff recommendations, but with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Cole?
Yes. This is a very challenging application, especially for the residents who lived in this area for a long time. And I just think it highlights the incredible transformation there's been in planning in Ontario that's impacting people, and people really have had no opportunity to understand, go to hearings, because all these changes to planning in your neighborhood were not made by this council. They were not made by Toronto City Council. They were made by the province of Ontario, who undertook to make the most significant changes in planning in 100 years over the last 4 years. And I don't know if any of you ever attended those public meetings when the province of Ontario made those changes, but they had hearings, very quick hearings, almost overnight, but they made changes in Bill 97, 107, Bill 23, the worst bill ever passed by the provincial government in the history of this province. Nobody attended those deliberations, so they made these changes that basically handcuff the city, deny citizens the right to be heard. They've all been done. So all we've got left to deal with is the limited powers we have to try and protect residents, and the farcical hearings at the Ontario Land Tribunal, where basically you got to pay to be heard. They're held by nameless, faceless people appointed from the development industry for the most part to make decisions on development. Guess what they're going to decide when this goes there? And our planning staff is caught in the middle. They're dealing with over 1,000 of these right now, all over the city. 1,000 plus, maybe even more. I have to. In my ward, I'm dealing with 120 of these. 60, 50, 40, 30 stories up and down all my streets. Yonge Street, Dufferin, Marley, Bathurst, Eglinton, Lawrence. Never happened before. And someone mentioned the invitation from the Prime Minister to come to Toronto. And, you know, we are dealing with that reality. You know, there's basically they want 1.5 million people to come into Canada over the next couple of years. Guess where most of them are going to come? 1.5 million. Then they're doing the obnoxious thing now of even telling us at the City of Toronto, we should be paying for the refugee claimants. We should be paying for the asylum seekers. We should be housing the hundreds of thousands of immigrants coming here instantaneously. Build housing, so never mind the people that already exist here, but we're supposed to somehow, and our planning staff is supposed to be magically providing housing for people and affordable. And then, oh, by the way, the City of Toronto, somebody mentioned the affordability. None of the new housing is affordable, basically, because the province disallowed that from happening. We asked for what is called inclusionary zoning that our planning staff wanted. That means that up to 20% of all new housing would be affordable. The Premier of this province and his minister said, no, you can't do that. Developers can't afford to build affordable housing, so they shut down that bylaw, and very few people complained about that. I said to people, why don't you object to this disallowing of affordable housing? And I talked to some federal, provincial MPPs, said, we never got any calls about that. So they made it illegal, basically, to include affordable housing in all this development. So that's the position our staff is in. The only thing I would say, I would like to give this a bit more time, where the councillor, I think, who has is caught in the middle of all this, gets a bit more time to talk with the applicant. We can talk to staff, talk to some of the residents, and see if we could do the best we can with what we have, because you don't want to go to that tribunal. Believe me, you don't want to go to that nightmare situation. So I would move to defer this, or I guess I'll move it to go to council without recommendation. That's what I'll do. To go to city council so you get time between now and council to sit down and try and come out with some, and it's much more than parking, sorry. It's much more than parking here. We're talking about people's homes. Okay, so that's what I'm moving.
Okay,
that it goes to council without
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. No, please, no cat calls from the audience. Okay, so what we do is we have a motion from, oh, sorry.
Councillor Cobb.
Councillor Robinson, sorry. You'd like to speak?
Yeah, sorry. I was actually going to speak before Councillor Cole, so I don't want him to think this is related to his speech. But I just want to take a moment to remind ourselves that we voted on the parking. So yes, we don't have a control. Councillor Cole's words are very important, that we have very little control now that the province has moved in and robbed us of really our influence on planning in Toronto. But where we did, in my opinion, make a mistake is we shrunk, downsized dramatically, and a couple councillors weren't here last term when we did this on this body. And I did not support it, and I don't think the councillors here supported it, but we did downsize dramatically, decrease parking as a council. That was a council initiative. So we have to wear that, even though a few of us did not vote for that. But there are people in Toronto that are sick, disabled, elderly, that need to move around the city by a car. They can't jump on a bike. And so I hope the council at some point will revisit this, because I think that, it's very developer friendly to reduce parking because you need less underground. And I think last term's council was very development friendly. And I just think it's something we need to revisit, because this is a good example of how it devolves or evolves into this situation where people are being removed from their homes for potentially years, and then back to their homes, hopefully, maybe, and then they don't have their car anymore or space for their car. And we all know trying to park a car in the city is extremely expensive, and people need their cars. Some people, not everybody. My son doesn't have a car, and his wife. So, some people don't need them, but a lot of people do. And I just want to stress that point.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Robinson. So we have a little bit of a convoluted road to dealing with this item. First, we have Councillor Cheng's motion.
Can the motion carry regardless of
So we have to take them in a specific order. The motion, Councillor Cole's motion to move it without recommendations, is actually voted on first. So, Councillor Robinson?
Yes?
Yeah, okay. So we have sort of a convoluted roadmap to dealing with this item. The first motion we're going to be voting on is Councillor Cole's, and he has moved that this item go to council without recommendation. Okay, so all those in favor? Opposed? All right.
Recorded vote.
You have to decide, Councillor Cheng. Okay, let's do it again on a recorded vote. All those in favor of moving the item to council without recommendation? Councillor Cole? Councillor Robinson?
I'm against.
Okay. That loses. And now my motion to, so we can move Councillor Cheng's motion because I'm moving staff recs. Okay, so we're going to move Councillor Cheng's motion. Okay. So we need to formally record those against sending the item without recommendation. So that's Councillor Cheng, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Robinson. Councillor Cole, you can't vote twice.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay. So that has been defeated. The next is Councillor Cheng's motion, and then followed by the staff recommendations, which I moved. So we'll put Councillor Cheng's motion on the screen. I don't know if we need to record a vote. I don't think so. Okay, there we go. All those in favor of Councillor Cheng's motion regarding parking? Opposed? That carries. Now, I'm moving staff recommendations. So I believe it's a recorded vote. Councillor. Okay, the item is amended. All those in favor? Councillor Cheng, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Robinson?
Opposed.
Okay. All those opposed? Councillor Cole, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Robinson, that is defeated. Okay, so what's the conclusion of all this? The item goes to council without recommendations. So, sorry, the parking will tag along, but the main report goes without recommendation.
Okay.
I got that right? Yes, okay. Okay, I'd like to bounce back very quickly to item 10.4. The motion is now ready. You may recall this was an item in which there was a deputant who requested more information and consultation on this appealed file. So I've got a motion directing staff and the local councillor to organize an information session on this item. All those in favor? Councillor Cheng, have your community consultation. And Councillor Cole, your favor a community consultation? Sure. Okay, opposed? That carries. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 10.6, 72 Church Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Mark Jacobs, I believe, is the property owner's representative from the Biglari Group. Number 6. Yes. Yes. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me now? Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mark Jacobs. I'm an associate of Biglari Group, and here on behalf of the owners of 72 Church Avenue. Biglari Group has been involved with this project since 2018. We have reviewed the staff recommendation report, and we are in support of the recommendations. Since we became involved in this project, we've worked diligently with staff to get to the proposal that you see before you today. When we initially were involved, we submitted an application for a 4-story rental apartment building with 26 units. Through those discussions with staff, we've worked to revise a proposal to a 4-story maintaining rental apartment units, but with 14 units. The 14-unit proposal was presented at a community consultation meeting in April of 2021, in which we were provided comments following that meeting from the residents, in which we provided responses, a lot of them which were technical in nature. Of the 14 units, over 60% of these are 2- and 3-bedroom units catered to families. These units exceed the city's growing up guidelines in terms of size and number of 2 and 3 bedroom units. The proposal also includes 8 parking spaces, which includes an accessible space as well as visitor parking. What this means is there's essentially 1 parking space for every 2 units. In addition, there are also 17 bicycle parking spaces for residents who choose to ride their bikes. The site is also less than 1 kilometer from the North York Centre subway station, so it is in an area that is very walkable. All this suggests that the amount of traffic that's going to be generated from this project through the 7 parking spaces and the active transportation that's being provided will result in very few trips into the community. We acknowledge that there is traffic in the area, particularly with the school across the street, but our transportation consultants have reviewed it. They came to a conclusion that there'll be very minimal impacts to the traffic imposed from this development. And the transportation study was provided to staff, and the city staff reviewed the report and accepted the recommendations. Part of the report was the number of parking spaces that were provided, which is essentially the part specific to the official plan amendment application here before you today. The proposed development is, as I noted, it's 4 stories in height, which is compatible with the existing building stocks to the north, east, and west of the site. The scale is appropriate for the area, and the buildings have been sited with appropriate setbacks to the existing buildings. The proposed development conforms with all provincial policies. It is also conforms to the City of Toronto's official plan, the North York secondary plan, and we think is a very useful building. It will provide very much needed housing for this area, housing that will be rental units, and we feel is appropriately sited and scaled for the neighborhood. And as I mentioned, the traffic in this area it will not be impacted very much by this proposal. And we strongly support that members support staff recommendations. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Donna Owens? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, I submitted a presentation. Is it going to be shown? Is that my 5 minutes is being taken care of here? Tick, 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 tick. I submitted a Word document yesterday that was to be
just
shown.
for circulation.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be on screen. Okay, can we reset my time?
Yeah.
Okay,
we
thank
can
you.
do that. Yeah, so it would have been circulated online
Okay.
to councillors.
Okay.
So they
Okay.
would
I
have
thought it was going to
access
be
it.
shown. Okay.
Yeah.
So
All right,
which is
thanks.
good. Okay. Donna Owens. I'm a resident in close to the property. We received a copy of the report, the action report, January 3rd, and on page 8, that report said, staff worked with applicant and community to address and resolve, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm here to inform the council on what a chronology of communication that I documented. Yes, the city issued a report back in 2013, almost 10 years ago. 2014, an in-person community meeting was held at that time. A new application was then submitted 5 years later, to which the applicant mentioned. And then it was several years later that we actually had this April 20th, 2021, a virtual consultation due to the pandemic just starting. And that consultation was kind of fraught with a lot of technical issues. There were about 15 participants, many of which were residents who couldn't participate due to the issues with the WebEx connection and the wrong information that was provided for the connection. So then that took us shortly after that, I worked with a number of residents and we submitted written comments to the city planner. And I said, on behalf of residents, stakeholders of Grandview Way, below is a listing of concerns and questions. We look forward to receiving at your earliest convenience the following: responses to our questions. What are the next key dates and decisions to be made? Number 3, any updates on the application, such as new documentation from the applicant and the city. And number 4, notice should the applicant appeal or change their application. It was a few days later that I made a follow-up with city staff where I said, the city staff person actually said that she had called me last Thursday. We called last Thursday. I returned her call, then had to call her again because of lack of return. Excuse me, what's happening? She asked again if then she said that she'd sent me an email. I said, I didn't get any email. She apologized for not getting back to me. In that, she said she was waiting for resubmission from developers and then had to review and get feedback from the city. Her report will then go to all council. She indicated that our comments and concerns will be considered during her review. She noted that there had been long periods of inactivity from the applicant. She could not give me any dates, but then hopefully, I said, could we have a meeting at some time to address these concerns, and hope to meet with you in the near future. I followed up again in October, asked what's happening. The city staff said has received no information from the developer. In May, I called the city staff person, left messages. That was May 31st. On June 1st, I called the city message, left more messages. Finally, we connected on June the 2nd. And from that, we had a discussion that a list of comments and feedback that I had actually, later that week, found online on the city website with somebody responded back to what our questions and concerns back or made comments. Various comments such as, well, that's an enforcement issue, or we'll follow up, or the plans are changing, those types of comments. So when I finally did speak with the city person again, like on June 6th, she said that staff were reviewing the new documents submitted by developers and are expected to be in a position sometime in the fall of 2022. However, because of the municipal election happening, she noted that new council will not be sworn until the end of the year, and it would probably be sometime in the new year before this would ever come to this council. I asked for a meeting with city staff to review the new documents and the changes that are being submitted regarding our questions that we submitted in June 2021, a year before. At some point, the comments that were posted from my document that I submitted disappeared from the city website. I don't know exactly when that was. And then that took us sometime from basically June 2022 until the end of this past year, where crickets. I'm monitoring the site. I'm waiting to hear what's coming on. We've got a new councillor. Nothing. Until January 3rd, a few weeks later, we actually get the notice in the mail saying that the staff report, and here we are. So again, that comment that they worked with the community, who, when, where, and what. And my question is the consultation process, it seems to be a theme with many other applicants and people coming to this meeting, is that it's one and done. You get one shot to talk about an application once, and that's it. So I would recommend that we have further consultations with the ward councillor, who we did talk to yesterday for a short period of time. And to that, I'll have some of my other neighbors actually address the committee. Would also like to raise that the Toronto District School Board submitted to the city planner in 2021 a number of issues from the Toronto Lands Corporation about the build and the impact to the neighborhood. And I'd like to know whether or not there's been any response to Toronto District School Board and the neighbors regarding those issues that were raised about sidewalk, about safety, about build and communication.
You're well over
Okay.
5 minutes if you could wrap up.
I was just waiting for you to cut me off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hamza Rahmani. Hamza Rahmani.
You should be online.
We can come back. Alan Tam.
I have a presentation and a PowerPoint. Can somebody help me connect to the HDMI, please? Good morning, councillors. Good morning, staff. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak. My name is Alan Tam. I'm representing, next slide. Technical difficulties always the theme, isn't it? All right, I'm just gonna do old school. All right, so as you could see on the screen here, in red, the area is what I'm representing. I represent the shared facilities, which compose of 3 corporations, 2 high-rises and 1 townhouse. And the one in yellow, it's 72 Church. It's the application in discussion right now. So as you could see, 72 Church is really nested in our community. So we have a vested interest in this application. I represent 500 units in the neighborhood surrounding 72 Church. I'm also on the board of directors for the townhouses that represents about 200 units. So we've asked the neighborhood to send out concerns about this development. And here are the concerns that we hear. It's a negative effect on the property value. We have rental units. People say, I've came from rental units. It was not a good experience, and this will devalue our property. Another reason why it would devalue our property is this is very close, located with a gigantic 4-story, 14 units, and it's gonna devalue the green space, devalue the lighting, the lights, available lights, the green space, and that's how it's devalued the property. Another second concern, it's the land, it's too small for a 4-story, 14 units. It's only a regular lot, and it's gigantic. The third one is security. We are worried about the people coming in, coming out. There's a lot of rental people. They're usually not caring about the property. It could be a security concern. Noise, traffic. Traffic is one area that I would like to ask about the staff later on. Garbage, another concern that maybe the staff could answer us later. Privacy, overcrowding of school, and architecture. So here, this is a video I took this morning. This is the traffic right outside 72 Church. The driveway that you're seeing, that is 72 Church. And this is typical of a morning where you would see cars and pedestrians, especially kids, crossing 72 Church. Right now, you could see children coming out from our complex, crossing over 72 Church to go to McKee Public School. And in a worst case scenario, this is just taken minutes afterwards, the previous video, you can see a standstill. Traffic is not moving. So yes, it could be a minimal impact to traffic, but any impact to this situation, it's gonna have a substantial effect. The next slide I'm going to talk about is the structure of the building, the architecture. Yes, it is within the secondary plan. The height, it's within the secondary plan, but you could see the architecture is totally different. One has a sloped roof. This is the existing townhouses. The other one is just a modern front face building all the way to the top. And if you take a look at my rendering of this unit, you would see this is substantially huge compared to what we have. And it's right next to the property line. This is a single lot. And as you could see, if you put garbage, 14 units of garbage outside this unit during garbage pickup day, you would have a lot of bins. And where are the bins going to store?
So you're done? You're past your limit.
Yes,
So-
this is my last slide, and I'm finished.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Any
you very
questions
much.
for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Kathy Vendramin? Kathy Vendramin?
Trying to speak?
Yes, Miss Vendramin. Thank you very much.
Yes, can you hear me?
You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Benderman. As a long-term resident of this community, I am very concerned with the proposed plan to convert a single-family home at 72 Church Avenue to a 4-story, 14-unit apartment building. I attended the virtual community consultation meeting in April 2021, and the community issues identified included concerns about pedestrian and student safety, especially as the subject site is located across from the pickup and drop-off area from Keele Elementary School, just as you saw in Alan's video, and the Lansing Cooperative Nursery School. Concerns surrounding traffic and parking in a high traffic area, overdevelopment for such a small size lot, and concerns surrounding the on-site waste management. These issues are still a concern for me. I support the need for more housing in this city, but inserting a 4-story apartment building into this lot does not make sense. I ask that this council deny the owner's recent application and encourage the applicant to build a more appropriate sized multi-unit dwelling, i.e. a duplex or a triplex. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Patrina Singh? Online? Miss Singh?
Yes, good day. This is Pratima Singh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. Good day, everyone. Thanks for allowing us to speak at this meeting. And I am going to, my concern is very much the same as my fellow residents, which is that this is a single dwelling and it's going to be, the proposed building is huge for such a site. And whilst the city allows duplexes and triplexes, which we would have no problem with, the concern is where it's such a massive building in such a small space, if there is damage to our condominium property, who is going to be responsible? I read in the report that, you know, they're going to have appropriate insurance, but I've seen in other circumstances where sites have been started, not finished, or damage to the neighbors' properties, and then nothing is done. And so, especially with buildings, you cannot allow, you know, like major structural damage to be left unrepaired. So if things like that happen, what is our the city doesn't seem to have considered that. They just take it, you know, like, okay, it's within the limits, but it is a very small space to have such a large property. So that's a major concern. The other one is, I mean, like, continuing on the theme, it's an overdevelopment for such a small site. I mean, like, Alan has shown, you know, how tiny it is compared to what's there. The other thing is, you know, the density, because I can, like, even in our area, there's a lot of where students are just jam-packed into housing, because people think that they're going to be able to go to McKee or others, and a lot of them are foreign students. So there's a lot of concern, and then of course with traffic, because we're talking, everything so far has looked at the, you know, like, it's looking more at the traffic when it's finished building. But what about when it's being built? Because everyone knows, I mean, like, we've seen what's happened all along Yonge Street when there's construction, you know, traffic is at a standstill. At Yonge and Finch, when with the M2M, there are times when you just cannot pass there. This is a school. This is a major public school in the area. If there's going to be construction, you know, like for months, what's going to happen? Because it's already chaos in the morning during rush hour, in the afternoon during rush hour when school is finished, and pickups as well. And of course, we have like the waste management, garbage issues. So the other thing is, we received the notice on the 3rd of January. We were having this meeting 3 weeks later. Like, honestly, there's a lot of stuff that was that I didn't get a chance to read because I've got a job, I've got, you know, like, other commitments. This is not being communicated in a timely manner to us about this whole, you know, development. The latest one, that is. So I am asking for it for this proposal to be rejected, and for something more reasonable that will help with the housing situation in Toronto, such as a duplex or a triplex, to be built instead, which would be acceptable for such a site. And also, the other thing is, I saw in one of the proposals where there was a proposal for widening the sidewalk. And, you know, who's going to be paying to widen the sidewalk? That would be a city property. Is the city going to be on the hook for something that a private developer is building? So
you're almost,
I mean, like,
yeah,
okay, so that's
Katrina,
basically my main comment.
Yeah, you're at 5 minutes, so could you just wrap up, please?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm thanking you all for hearing me, and as I said, I would like this proposal to be rejected and for something more appropriate, such as a duplex or a triplex, put in place instead.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. I think your local council is going to be talking about next steps in a minute. We have to go back, excuse me, to Hamza Rumani. This is sort of last call. No? Okay. Thank you very much for the deputations. Questions for staff?
I'm sorry, I'm on the speakers list.
Your name is?
Mary Kloniewski. I called yesterday to register, and I registered this morning.
Well, I have the list in front of me, and your name is not here. Now, that doesn't mean we can't hear you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, I would respectfully ask all the councillors to put down their phones, to stop shuffling papers, and to pay attention. I only have...
looking up the addresses and the location on Church Street on our phone. That's what we're doing. So is that not allowed?
All the way through this morning, there's been sidebars, there's been conversations, there's been everything else. We only get 5 minutes.
Let me look up your address to see where you're
All right, look, I'm not going to start a debate here, but normally when we're sidebarring, we're not talking about the Maple Leafs or the Blue Jays or the Raptors. We're talking about these important files that are important to residents.
Yes, and those of us who only have 5 minutes to speak feel disrespected that you're making the votes and you're not hearing what we have to say. So I'm just asking you, please.
All right, okay, yeah, fair enough.
For those few minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Can we reset the clock? So I would like to ask everybody in the room to please put up your hand if you will be directly impacted either during the demolition, excavation, construction, or the living situation after. Okay. And I know our people that were on the phone are also directly impacted. Now, thank you for putting up your hand. Those people who will directly benefit from this construction, please put up your hand. The owner, the developers, the planning group, and the city, because there'll be more tax revenue. So now we've identified the groups that are most at risk and the group that will benefit the most. As my other residents have said, if this was just going to be a monster home, a duplex, or a triplex, we would not be standing here today. This is a development that towers over everything around it, but more importantly, this is a development that on the west side is 1 meter away from our fence. On the east side will be 2 meters away from the fence. On the north side will be about 4 or 5 meters away from the fence. And the reason that that's relevant is that we have a parking garage underneath that goes along those fence lines. If during the demolition or the construction that is damaged, it's more than just we got a little bit of leak coming into our garage, let's patch it up, let's have insurance take care of it. All of our homes are built on concrete slab that goes over this garage. So if you have structural damage to the garage, you risk the stability of every single home there. On the west side, we have the 4-story development with, I'd say, about 23 units. The ground floor units are worth $750,000. The upper ones are over $1 million. Is there going to be enough quote-unquote insurance to cover that? Is the developer and the owner willing to pledge their homes that if something goes wrong, they'll sell their homes to pay for the damages that go to our homes, which will no longer be able to be sold, will no longer be able to be lived in? I don't have any confidence in this current owner that they will be responsible, because currently along the west side, the north side, and the east side are these huge trees that are reaching over and scratching on our buildings. One of the trees, and I have a picture of it, leans at a 45-degree angle. These are not just scratching the buildings, they are going over our pathways. Should one of those fall, it could crush and kill people. It could cause damage. And actually a few weeks ago during the storm, one of the trees did fall. Went straight across our Grandview Way loop, all the way into the yard in the center. That could have killed somebody. The current owner has the responsibility to ensure that their trees will not cause damage in the periphery, and they're not even doing that now. What's going to happen if there's a bigger claim, such as you damaged our wall and now we can't live there, you owe us $15 million? Declare bankruptcy, run away to another country, do whatever? Who's going to stand by us? This is important. Our community has been there for 28 years. This landowner bought that property, which is a single-family home with a huge backyard, far away from any of those walls, knowing that that was the situation, knowing that the trees were there, knowing what the risks are. The trees are leaning into the fence and breaking the fence. So this is establishing a pattern of not being responsible in the past, today, and I have no hope for it in the future. So as you consider this application, picture this development next door to your house, where you live and your kids are going to be. And if you, by doing that, say, yeah, okay, go ahead, build on my place, then pledge your house for any of the potential damages. Because by saying yes to this development, you're pledging mine.
Okay, thank you very much. You're right at 5 minutes. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. That ends the deputations on that item. Questions for staff? Councillor Cheng?
So there's a number of concerns that I'd just like to ask staff. Some of the residents were concerned about the notice and whether or not 880 Grandview Way received notice about what is happening, because I think there's a belief that maybe there is a missed pocket.
Through the chair, Councillor, we confirm with the clerk and notice was sent.
Okay. And just wondering, what is the transportation rationale? We saw pictures of, there is a lot of influx of cars, in particular at school pickup and drop-off times. And so what is the transportation rationale with the parking that is provided?
Through the chair, again, Luigi from Transportation Services. So our acceptance of the proposal is based on the incremental impacts that are associated with the proposal. And in terms of traffic, there were a lot of questions raised about traffic, or a lot of concerns raised about traffic. This development is expected to generate approximately 3 two-way trips during the peak hours, which in our estimation is negligible and will not have a significant, if even marginal, impact on the existing conditions of the roadway.
Mm-hmm.
With respect to parking, they justified the parking supply technically based on surveys of other proxy sites that were undertaken and also additional approved developments in the city that have a similar context.
Mm-hmm. And what does the secondary plan allow in terms of height? There have been some community members that are concerned that the building exceeds the stacked townhomes that are beside it. As well, I think there is concern that this could have a cascading impact on the surrounding neighbors along Kenneth, where there are a lot of single detached homes. Is there a hard boundary on the secondary plan at Kenneth that would prevent it from cascading into the interior neighborhood?
So through the chair, thank you for the question. The height limit, according to the secondary plan, is 15 meters, and the proposal is just over 13 meters.
What is the height of the stacked townhomes beside it?
To you, Councillor, I don't think we have that in meters, but it's 3 stories. And to the other question about the boundaries of the secondary plan, Kenneth is the boundary, yes.
Is it just Kenneth? So anything on the west side of Kenneth to Yonge can be developed? Because if we go south of McKee, you'll see there's also a lot of, is there also a boundary at Church for that density?
To you, Councillor, the boundary meanders a little bit as you get further south. But here, the eastern boundary of the secondary plan is Kenneth.
Is there a southern boundary in terms of that added density?
Give me 1 second, Councillor.
Okay, sure. While you're looking that up, I think I heard another concern about waste removal. If there are 14 residents, will that result in 14 bins being outside? And will there also, is that going to be done by the residents, that they will have to pull out their own bins? And then how will we ensure that that happens in a timely fashion so that there aren't 14 bins on Church for longer than is necessary?
So through the chair, I would answer in 2 ways. I think first is What we've seen from the plans, there is a underground garbage storage area. And, you know, that is where I would suspect that the residents would go and deposit their garbage, and then it would be brought to the surface on garbage day, going up the parking ramp. Secondly, I'd say we still will have a site plan application that we will be dealing with. We're just dealing with the zoning and the official plan amendment right now. The site plan will obviously deal with the garbage location and any kind of screening, and as well as the parking ramp.
So with regard to that waste removal, is it residents that will have to pull it up, or
Last
is that
question.
a company?
Typically not, but I guess at this point in time, it's, you know, most of these buildings will have a service that will provide the garbage pickup.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cheng. Just a couple of administrative items. We need a motion to continue to complete the agenda. Councillor Burnside, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Secondly, a ruling on your motion, Councillor Cole, regarding community council support to reinstate. I just want to say publicly that we know North York Community Council wholeheartedly supports the reinstatement of window snow clearing for residents. Unfortunately, it is technically out of order, but I thank you. I thank you for bringing this forward. It's a vital service to seniors and residents across North York, and we will vigorously fight to have this reinstated in the budgetary process. And tobogganing as well. Okay, Councillor Chang.
Sorry, Councillor Pasternak. It's Councillor Robinson. Sorry, I just missed who brought that forward. I was just curious.
Well, it was Mike Cole, but we had, as a group here, we had discussed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's good. That's good. I just didn't hear who. Sorry. That's terrific. Thanks.
My suggestion to North York Community Council is that we sign a joint letter from Community Council to the Budget Committee or Council supporting the window clearing. Any more questions for staff or speakers? Oh, we're still on item 10.6, 72 Church Avenue. Councillor Cheng, you have a motion?
I move that consideration of the item be deferred until February 22nd, meeting of North York Community Council. I feel that there was not a consultation based on this current plan that is different from what was consulted on in the last community meeting. So I think it's important that community members have a chance to connect with the applicant. And so that is my motion.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any questions for the mover? No? Councillor Cheng is moving it to the moving deferral to the next North York Community Council meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next item on the agenda is 3 Maytree Road, residential demolition application. I have one deputant on the list, a Jim Pfeffer. He's online. Mr. Pfeffer?
Hi, I'd like to share my screen if I could. This is Jim Pfeffer. I'd just like to, if possible, share my screen. Hello? Okay,
This
here
is
we
the
go.
clerk. You can share
I'm
now.
here to present this demolition application for 3 Maytree Road. Can you see this on the screen? So we're asking for permission to demolish this house. I think this is in many ways very similar to the application that this council approves.
Sorry, we can't see the image yet.
Park Lane.
I'm sorry.
Pardon?
I'm sorry, Jim. Can you just hold on a second? We're not able to see what you're sharing. Can you try to share again, please?
There
we go.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead.
Okay. So I think this is very similar to the application that this council approved for 27 Park Lane Circle last year. I think it's similar both in that there's very little danger that a new house is not going to be constructed pretty presently here. And I think some of the reasons we're looking for demolition are actually very similar as well. A new home was approved unanimously by the Committee of Adjustment last year. At that committee hearing, we said that we would improve the lot grading and runoff coefficient for the site. And accordingly, we asked the committee to impose a condition that we have an engineer prepare the grading plan for the site. That engineer submitted a report to the Committee of Adjustment saying that this proposed development, engineered as it was going to be, will have a net benefit to the surrounding area for all storms up to and including the 100-year storm, and that the flows from the site will be reduced and there will be a net improvement to the neighborhood drainage and stormwater management. So that design has been prepared by that same engineer, as well as regrading. It does involve the installation of an in-ground infiltration system, which we would like to start, and we can only start following the demolition of the house. As well, there will be sediment control and other interim drainage measures that we're going to take. Those measures are going to, among other things, improve the drainage situation for the property to the south. That property owner made it clear to our client from the outset that he was suffering from overland water flows from this site because the original lot drainage from this bungalow is quite frankly not up to contemporary drainage standards. The homeowner for this site, just like at 27 Park Lane Circle, is going to be installing a geothermal energy system for the house with a ground source heat pump, which, as you can see in this kind of outline specification, is going to involve 14 boreholes, almost 175 feet deep. We can't commence that work until we get the building permit. However, we need to do some geotechnical investigation on the site to determine where those holes are going to be, and we can only start that work once the house is demolished. So that's another reason we'd like to have this house removed at this point in time. The question here is, why are we asking to demolish this house now when the typical rule is that houses only get demolished once a replacement permit is in place? Part of that reason is it's just very difficult, or more difficult than typical, to get a building construction set and permit for a house in Hoggs Hollow because we're building in this floodplain. On the left is a drawing that our engineer has already prepared, showing a very complicated and expensive shoring system, which we will be using to protect existing trees both on this site and on the neighboring sites. And on the right, you'll see this is another house our office did within Hoggs Hollow. You can see that basement, those 18-inch thick walls, 24-inch thick basement slab. You know, doing this kind of work, meeting the stringent requirements of the TRCA and getting all that permitted, it simply takes a little bit more time than you typically find for a house. We're at our second submission to the Ravine Authority, and we hope to have that approved very shortly. We're replanting as many trees as we're removing. We're also undertaking other naturalization measures. We have already the zoning applicable law certificate from Toronto Building, so we're ready for a complete building permit application. And we already have the permit from the TRCA for the proposed work. So to do that preliminary site work, we really appreciate your approval now to demolish the house and just get that preliminary work underway.
Thank you very much, Jim. Any questions for the deputant? No?
I have one.
Yes, Councillor Robinson.
Okay. Did you, to the applicant, did you clear cut? I thought you clear cutted a number of trees that were helping with the flooding there. Did you not clear cut a big number of trees?
That work took place before I was involved, and I know, you know, there was a court case, and I think that's all been sort of settled. There was the removal of, I think, 2 two trees, but also some shrubs. There were some noxious weeds that were removed that the owner was required to be removed by provincial law. And those noxious weeds and those other items were removed without a permit, and I think by mistake, and I think that's all kind of been litigated, but the owner does intend to do some significant replanting on this site, and of course the whole thing is going to be subject to approval by the Ravines Authority, and we're working through that approval right now.
Okay, well, trees do play a role in drainage, so.
They certainly do.
They really do. I guess the only other question I would have is I believe my office sent you a few questions and we didn't hear back from you. So did you get that email or?
No, I did not. I think I had reached out to you in advance of this hearing, but I
okay. All right, that's all right. That's fine. I just have a question. I have questions for staff at some point, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Robinson. Thank you, Mr. Pfeffer. Questions for staff, Councillor Robinson?
Yes, I guess my question is, do they, I like people to have their building permits applications before we do this. So what, do they have that?
Staff, is forestry
this
here?
Question
or
is
who?
staff.
Planning?
I think it would be planning.
It would be planning.
Or building, I don't know. It's either plan or building. It's about I think it's building. It would be building.
To the chair, it's Alex Schimmel here from Toronto Building Manager Plan Review. Sorry, I missed your question, Councillor Robinson. Could you just repeat?
The question is, does Tree May Tree have their permit in place? Is there a permit in place? I thought the running order of this was you first have your permit and then you demolish. So do they have a permit?
So the applicant has submitted a demolition permit application. However, they have not come in and applied for the replacement building permit application, and that's why it's for consideration here today.
Okay, so they don't have a permit and they haven't submitted.
They do have a demolition permit application, but not a replacement building permit application.
Yes, but isn't the precedent the protocol that you have that first before you get to demolish?
Well, the chief building official of Toronto Building would not have the authority to issue the demolition permit without the replacement building permit. And typically in those situations, it is for consideration of community council.
Okay, so what you're saying is they don't have a building permit. Okay. And if it's forestry there, I'd like to ask forestry about what's the status of this investigation around the trees?
Through the chair, good afternoon. I don't have any information on the status of an investigation for this one right now. I would be more than happy to get back to you offline and inform you. As a general practice, we look at the site as it is now in terms of how we respond to permits and applications and demolition requests, et cetera. And I know that my colleagues in Ravines are doing that. I've spoken to them about this file before today.
Okay, if I could get that would be helpful. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm just going to move, I know we're really tight for time, so I'm just going to move to refuse this simply because there's a lot of pieces that are missing here. And this has been a bit of a controversial application. As you know, Mr. Chair, this is Hogs Hollow, and it's a very sensitive area ecologically. And I'm not, even though this is geothermal, and I'm a huge fan, I wish I could have geothermal in my house, but I'm a huge fan of geothermal. But I think I'd like to see them, given some of the history here, I would like to see them apply for their building application, get that approved, and then proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Members, Councillor Robinson has moved option number 1 on this item, 10.8, 3 Maytree Road, refusing the application to demolish the vacant building because there is no permit application to replace the building on the site. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now, the next set of items is numbers 9 through 13. It is a series of demolition applications on Bayview Avenue. As said at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to take these as a group. So Mario Angelucci and Jeff Cattell, you can depute once on these items, not five times on these demolitions. So Mario Angelucci is first.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of Community Council. I'm here representing, or I'm here with, as part of Easton's Development and Bayview Broadway Development, Inc., with respect to these applications to demolish the properties at 1837, 1839, 1841, 1843, and 1845 Bayview Avenue. This is in relationship to development applications that we have. We have been working with city planning and with the local ratepayers group. We have achieved a settlement and have a zoning bylaw, enacted to permit a redevelopment for a mixed-use building up to 22 stories with 259 units on this site. We are anticipating that we will get our site plan approval conditions, or NOAC, shortly, which will allow us to move forward with the development applications and next phase. As you heard just in the previous item, one of the reasons we are actually needing to demolish these buildings right now is also to undertake geothermal investigations for our site, because we are strongly considering geothermal energy for heating and cooling for this new development. And in order to be able to do that and to move into working drawings, we have to know that the site is able and that the underlying geotechnical reports are available that will support geothermal use on this property for this redevelopment. Our site plan application, as I noted, is well in progress, and we're anticipating our notice of approval conditions shortly. We have all our tree preservation reports, tree protection reports, all with the city, that have been reviewed by the city as part of that process. And we are respectfully requesting the ability to move forward to demolish these buildings so we can move to the next phase of our development.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Jeff Cattell? Online? Yeah, Jeff? You have 5 minutes and you're speaking to all the demolitions. Jeff?
Oh.
There you are. We can.
Am I being heard?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Cattell with the Leaside Residents Association. This deputation is in response to 5 items pertaining to applications for a demolition permit in regard to each of the properties at 1837 to 45 Bayview Avenue. They each have a detached house occupied until recently. We note that the respective staff reports each propose 3 options: refuse, approve without conditions, and approve with conditions, but make no recommendation among the 3 options. So you as a committee have the decision-making power. We are concerned that given the slowdown in the housing market and the residential construction activity, as you are fully aware, it appears very likely that the site would remain vacant for months, indeed years, and will become a blight on the Bayview community. The date of the OLT merit hearing on January 31 is hardly relevant. Approval of demolition permits will certainly reduce the taxes payable by the landowner, but not benefit the city or the community. As a more beneficial alternative to immediate demolition, may we suggest that consideration be given to making the 5 homes available for affordable accommodation as an interim use? we recommend that, first, two recommendations, that the request for demolition permit be, in each case, be refused by the committee. And secondly, that the Housing Secretariat of the city be requested to consider and report back on an interim use plan for the 5 properties that would make available temporary affordable housing. Thank you very much. That's our deputation and request.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Any questions for the deputant? No? Questions for staff? Councillor Cheng?
Do we know when the homes that were on this site, when they were last occupied?
So, sorry, through the chair, I don't have that answer.
Okay.
Perhaps that should have been a question directed to the applicant.
Yes, I missed that window. Thank you. Applicant still online? No.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cheng. I guess there was really no answer to that question. Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to refuse this application. Jeff Cattell was proposing these spaces be used for to house people. So I don't know enough about the current status of them, but again, I really prefer there to be a permit application in place. These are in a high profile area, and so on Bayview Avenue. And so I think I'm just going to refuse the application at this time and go from there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Okay. Okay, so there's one more speaker, Councillor Cheng. Just as a reminder, we have to vote on each, even though we took it as a package, we have to vote on each separately. Councillor Cheng, you wanted to speak?
Yes, I support Councillor Robinson's decision, and I feel that in a time of such housing precarity, we do have to find opportunities. And I know in my ward, there have been partnerships with developers and community-based organizations that provide transitional housing or shelter space for refugees. So it's a model that works, and I think that it's something that benefits developers because they don't want to be landlords, because then they suddenly have to have a whole eviction process. So a way to avoid that is they can work with a community-based housing, refugee housing provider and transitional housing, and that can be a way that it's a win-win. They actually can still get some rental income, but they're not into long-term lease relationships with the tenants, and we are providing much-needed housing for refugees. So I'm happy to connect, the organization that I know with Councillor Robinson, who can then perhaps work with the developer and see if that's an opportunity. I do also want to flag that when homes are vacant, there is a high risk that they then can have people move in, try to, what is that word called? When people move in illegally, they squat, yes. Squatters can come and then the condition of the house can degrade very quickly and it can then become unlivable and unsightly for all the surrounding neighborhoods. So I encourage the developer to really secure the site, including, if possible, perhaps installing some cameras, but really protecting that space, because ultimately, we still do have property standards and we don't want to waste livable housing. So if, as Mr. Cattell mentioned in his written deputation, that the housing was recently vacated, then it is potentially still livable and therefore we should protect it. So I look forward to the opportunity to perhaps seeing if there's chance to support some refugees with this housing. Thank you.
And if I can just add, I'll support that, and we should contact Gord Tanner, see if we can use them as shelter spaces, so that if that's viable. we should do that too. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. So that ends the speakers, and Councillor Robinson has moved refusal on all the items. Councillor Robinson, correct me if I'm wrong. So we're going to go through them one by one. 10.9, 1837 Bayview Avenue, residential demolition application. The local councillor has moved option number 1, refusing the application. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 10.10, 1839 Bayview Avenue, residential demolition application. Local councillor has moved refusing the application. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 10.11, 1841 Bayview Avenue, residential demolition application. Refusal, option number 1 has been moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 10.12, 1843 Bayview Avenue, residential demolition application. Option number 1 has been moved. Refusal. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And item number 10.13, 1845 Bayview Avenue, residential demolition application. Item number 1 has been moved. Refused the application. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 10.14, we do have a speaker on it. 25 Maxwell Street, request for fence exemption. Jonathan Rosenstein.
That month?
I'm sorry, Councillor Robinson? Oh, so we're on number 14. Councillor Robinson, we've dealt with all the Bayview demolitions, refusal reports for all. Now we're on item 10.14, 25 Maxwell Street, request for a fence exemption. Jonathan Rosenstein.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, councillors. I almost feel embarrassed to deal with an issue that's just between me and my neighbor after hearing the other things you dealt with, but it's important to my family, and so I appreciate your attention. I'm going to be referring to the staff report. I think I'm going to share it with your permission, just because I have it up on my screen, but I haven't been given that permission yet. Let me just speak to the matter before I'm given sharing permission. There's a fence between me and my neighbor. It was recently erected by me. It matches the other fences on my property and my neighbor's property. We replaced all of those about 4 or 5 years ago. There was a chain link fence between our two properties, which I proposed replacing last year. My neighbor didn't wish to do that. And so I replaced the fence on my own. It's about a 4 or 5 inches on my property. Here we go.
Sorry,
now,
continue.
I'm now sharing that section. And as you can see, the issue here is the 3 fence posts that are part of the fence. And I confess that when I designed the fence, it didn't occur to me that the posts were going to be an issue. I'm going to show you page 5 of the staff report. As you can see, the fence itself complies with the bylaw. It's the 3 posts that I've extended higher that are admittedly higher than the 6 feet that the bylaw permits. They're there in order to support lighting for the yard, both in the summer and the winter. We build a skating rink in the winter. One of the reasons is you can see this is the images looking from my house towards my neighbor. Before, when we lit the hockey rink, the light from my house used to shine into my neighbor's windows. One of the reasons to have the posts there is it allows us to put lights that shine not towards my neighbor, but back towards my house or on the yard. Again, one could get into a philosophical debate about where, what's a fence and are those posts part of the fence? I accept that staff concluded it's part of the fence. That's fair. And so I'm asking for an exemption. I'm asking for an exemption because the spirit of the bylaw I'm going to submit to council and you, Mr. Chair, is to avoid the fence itself being overly high, to create an obstruction in the sense that you're closed in. And these posts simply don't do that. The fence doesn't itself is fine, and the posts don't create that sense of oppression. I should note, not that I'm threatening to do it, but of course, if I had done what I had originally planned to do before replacing the fence, which is put 2 or 3 freestanding posts 6 inches inside the yard, the same posts would have been there. I'm not aware of any bylaw which would have prevented me from doing that. It would provide the same obstruction or non-obstruction. The difference would be it would be more material and it would be less aesthetically pleasing both for me and my neighbor. And so this design made sense to me in terms of the overall purpose and how the neighborhood should look. Lastly, I'll show you a view along the fence line. Again, this is from staff report. You can see that there are cables thin cables stretching from the posts back to the house. It's where the lighting is on. And so in short, while the fence may not, strictly speaking, comply with the letter of the bylaw, it does comply with the spirit of the bylaw, and it's consistent with an aesthetically pleasing arrangement between me and my neighbor. For that reason, I urge you, Mr. Chair and Council, to adopt the alternate recommendation of staff, which is to permit the fence. I would ask that it be without conditions against the 3 posts. And as a reasonable way to resolve, again, I don't know what the basis of the complaint was. I don't need to know why somebody felt that this was problematic. Nobody's here explaining it to you. I frankly don't understand aesthetically or functionally why the posts are problematic. But you're here, and as I said, you've dealt with many more momentous things today. But hopefully you have a moment or two to address this issue and permit my family to keep the yard the way we've designed it, and so we can have it for use both in the summer and the winter. And unless you have any questions, those are my submissions to you.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Councillor Pasternak here. Now, you're affixing lights on the top of these posts. Isn't it possible that that lighting will impact your neighbor even more because it's raised closer to second floor windows?
Let me, if you permit me, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to share again, and I'm sharing page 6 of 7 of the report. If you see, I don't know if you can see, there are wires running from the posts to the side of my house. And so the lighting isn't attached to the post. It's actually attached to the wires so that it can shine directly downwards as opposed to any particular direction. In the future, if we do affix lights to the posts, they'll be shining not towards the neighbor, but back into my yard. But in the last year, we've used it by having lights shine directly down onto either the grass or the ice surface. So it does not shine into my neighbors. I should add that years ago, when we originally put in the lighting, the lights were directly on my house, shining towards the neighbor, and the neighbor complained, and we moved it to other locations. This system of shining directly down was actually even better because it didn't shine in any way towards the neighbor's house.
So you're a meter above bylaw. Was there any room for a compromise? 18 inches or?
It's a fair question. We put up the fence. I didn't hear any complaint when the fence was going up. The first we heard of it was that it was problematic. I can tell you that the reason we chose that height, about 10 feet, is it's above head height when you're down or you're playing hockey and that sort of thing. So I had a conversation with the bylaw officer, tried to understand why this was problematic. The bylaw says you measure the fence at any point on the fence, and the posts are, I guess, part of the fence. But in terms of sort of a compromise position, it never came up. Frankly, I don't know why an 18-inch post would be better than whatever it is, roughly a yard post, but I take your point. It never came up.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions for staff? I'm going to speak. I'm going to move approval of the request. It's a little on the high side, but we don't see any deputants here objecting to it. The logic seems to make sense that if it's a little higher, maybe it'll provide some shading from their lit rink. I believe the saying is high fences make for good neighbors. So we'll put the motion on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next item on the list is 10.15, 125 Sheldrake Boulevard. Application for fence exemption. I have one speaker on the item. Dino DeVito. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Oops. I don't think that moves because it's plugged in. Starbucks? Who would order it? I'll give you.
I can try this. This is ready? Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Dino DeVito. I'm here as the homeowner for 123 Sheldrake Boulevard. The reason I'm here today is for my fence exemption. I want to be clear that I do have an approved building, building fence enclosure drawing, which I submitted to the city. It has been reviewed. It was approved. I'm not here asking for forgiveness. I'm actually here asking for permission. My backyard project is currently under construction, so we're taking the right approach, which is we're going to come here and ask for it, and we hope you approve it today. So if you look at our drawing, maybe that's a better view this way, you can see on the east side of the property, we've noted that we're going to put a railing across the lanai, which we will happily build and install the gate. We have no issues with that. As part of the submission, we also proposed a fence going across over here, and you can see the purpose of that fence with the gate was really for two purposes, one for the side yard and one for the walkout basement. So we're going ahead with construction, and we had to change the elevation. We now have a step coming down from there. It's making it a little bit tricky to put that fence across that way with the gate. So what I proposed to city was take that fence and gate and do the exact same thing, but put it on the side of the house. So in other words, move it back here. So same requirements, self-closing, and all the other conformity that goes with it. But what that does is it now raises the issue with the walkout basement because it doesn't cover that off. So what I proposed was we would treat the walkout basement door similar to a gate. In other words, I would install a self-enclosing mechanism. It would close on its own. And in my opinion, I think the door is a lot better than a gate. It's solid. You can't see through it. It's attached to the home. It's not conducive to weather. And it's a deadbolt as well. So that door is locked all the time. We do have a deadbolt on it. For security purposes, you know, if anybody were to break in, that would be an access point. So we always have it locked. So once again, what I'm proposing today, or what I'm suggesting for the amendment, is taking that gate and really having two gates, one on the side of the house and treating the walkout basement door as a gate. I hope I get your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very
much. Can I just ask a question of the deputant?
Okay, Councillor Robinson, questions for the deputant?
Yeah. Hi, Mr. DeVito. I just wanted to confirm, I'm inclined to approve this based on what you just said, but I just want to confirm you're going to make sure there's that self-closing mechanism. And on one or two of the gates you just referred to.
Absolutely, Councillor, without a doubt. This was part of my submission. I've actually included self-mechanisms.
Yeah, could you use the mic, because Councillor Robinson is remote and she won't be able to hear you.
Yeah.
Councillor Robinson, I'm sorry. Yes. So I have included as part of my submission the self-closing mechanism that would be installed on the basement door. Not only just that, but I'll also put hinges as well, which will, I'm going to use the word guarantee that it will self-close on its own. So absolutely, I'll put both of them up. Both the hinges.
Okay, so there would actually be two in a sense. Then there'd be two.
Correct. So the gate, there will be one on the side of the house, which will follow all the conformity in terms of self-closing, and the basement door will do the same thing. It'll conform with closing, self-closing, and all the other regulations.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move. I'd like to move staff or I'd like to approve this, please.
Sorry, I have questions of staff.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
That's okay.
Councillor Robinson, we're still on questions for staff, so. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wondering, is there a requirement that the self-closing gates would have to be locked? Is that something that we require of pool enclosures? Because I know I've seen some exemptions where there is a gate on a door from the building, but I seem to remember that they're locked.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there is a requirement for self-closing, self-latching gates that are lockable, and they have to be locked when not in use.
So does the proposal of this resident include that? Are these locked gates?
They would be locked obstructions into the pool enclosure area.
So the one that's being proposed that that staff have recommended against, what he's provided images of, are those lockable gates?
Based on the discussions that I had with the applicant, there was instructions that all gates or all areas that lead into the pool enclosure must have self-closing, self-latching, and that the issue is where the suggestions of the enclosures were.
So what is the biggest difference between what you're recommending and what the resident is recommending?
Through the chair, the issue is that the fence bylaw requires a fourth fence separating the dwelling from the pool enclosure or from the pool itself, and this particular recommendation negates that particular issue.
But we've seen exemptions where a gate on a home door has been used as a replacement, so it's not following the bylaw, which is why it's an exemption. But we've seen there's precedence for this, is there not?
Council has approved similar scenarios in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for the deputant? No. Questions for staff? No. Councillor Robinson, speakers, you had moved approval of the application?
She's muted.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Cheng. I would like to basically grant the fence exemption, but with the caveat that all these things that the applicant says he's going to do, he actually does, because we want to make sure it's safe, not just for his family, but everybody involved. So I'm moving it.
Okay, we're going to have to hold the item down because it has to have some of the details you're referring to.
Okay, so that's fine. The next one's mine too.
Okay.
Let's hold it down then.
We have to hold the item down.
Thanks.
10.16.
Ask what does that mean, hold it down?
We'll deal with it when the motion is ready. 10.16, 19 Ivor Road. We have one speaker, Glenn Brown.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I should have begged for permission, like Mr. Danino. I'm sure you have the files in front of you, but I'm begging for forgiveness. I actually did put, it's a pool enclosure. I actually put a fence out the back off the backyard. If I'm looking for exemption number 1, where according to the bylaw says it needs to be a gate to 1.2 meters or more, or 1 meter away from the doors. I have it 1.2 meters away. When the inspector came 6 months ago, he said that it needs to be a meter on each side of the door. It is not possible. And I don't understand the bylaw when I read it. If you look at the pictures, it's absolutely, pictures on page 2, you can see that it's not at all possible for anybody to climb that wall. There's 2 meters from side to side, and it's 1.2 meters from the house to the gate to the pool with an automatic latch on it. So I'm hoping that there can be an exemption on that. And the last 2 are exactly the same. I initially had worked with Christina Savella, an investigative services person with the City of Toronto, on exactly what we need to do to be safe and build the fence properly. And she laid it out all for me. Unfortunately, when the fence company built the fence, they put the swinging doors coming in, and so the latch is on the outside of the fence, and it is about on 2 doors. As you can see on the pictures, it's about 20 centimeters too low. I'm looking for that to be able to stay as it is and not have to be changed back. Just the additional cost I don't believe is necessary. It is extremely safe. Even if they were to be made higher, or I changed the swing of the gate to the other way, if anybody really wanted to get in, they could put their hand through and unlatch it that way. It is a very quiet street. I have no young children. There are none in the neighborhood. And the pool has been open for 2.5 years now, I guess, maybe 3 years. So I'm looking for, I guess, as I said, begging for forgiveness that what we have done will just be accepted. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Questions for staff? Speakers? Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, I'd like to grant the fence exemption.
Okay. Let's put the motion on the screen. There's a motion to, Councillor Robinson is moving to grant the exemption. It's on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right, so the next, we're going to go back one to 123 Sheldrake Boulevard. That is a granting of the fence exemption with conditions. The motion should be on. Councillor Robinson, are these the conditions you had in mind?
You know what? I can't see it, Chair Pasternak. I can't see. I just see the Hollywood squares. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Oh, there you
now,
go.
now I see it. Now I see it. Yep, that looks great. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Motion, this is going back to 10.15, 123 Sheldrake. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right, we're now moving on to item 1020.
I think we missed 1018. 1018?
Yes, you are correct. I thought my notes had that completed, but it is not. Is it Jeremy LaRouche available?
Correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah. This is 1018 55 Sunny Dean Crescent, application for fence exemption. You have 5 minutes.
Fantastic. I'll be brief and I'll be respectful of all your time. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'd like to represent 55 Sunny Dean, as I did some renovations and our contractor had a slight deviation from the plan, but I think that their ultimate outcome was within the spirit and intent of the law. I had a violation of 3 issues. 2 of them have been rectified. The self-closing, self-locking mechanisms were not appropriately applied to the side gates, which have subsequently been fixed. The outstanding issue is I have 3 egresses from the house, and the fence has been literally bolted on to the house. So there are self-closing, self-latching, and lockable gates that are attached to the house that meet the requirements. However, they're not separated from the house in any means. I was under the impression when my contractor has performed this, that this would be within standard practice, and I was later informed that it was not. He has demonstrated to me that it's been done in the past with precedent, and I would therefore like to apply for exemption with the fence being applied directly to the house in order to meet the design and the walkability around the pool of the specific design that we have. And unfortunately, I'm unable to share based on some technicalities. So it is asking me to reboot the system, which won't be favorable, but I've included pictures of all 3 egresses in the application, which have been circulated.
All right, well, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Questions for staff? Speakers? Councillor Robinson?
I'd like to speak. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to grant the fence exemption. So bottom line is, you can hear from the deputation. He's put a number of measures in place to make it safe, and I'm satisfied that it's safe at this time. So I'd like to go ahead.
Okay, okay. The motion is on the screen to approve the exemption. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Next item is 1020, 139 Duncairn Road, application for fence exemption. Councillor Burnside, are you on the line? Are you online?
I sure am.
Yeah. No, you look great. You look great. Okay. Angela A. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Could I have a bit more light here? May I, please? Thank you. Sorry?
Why is it so dark?
Yeah.
It's the only solution I have.
Oh, thank you.
I think it's to save money.
Yes, thank you.
I'll come get it later.
Okay.
Well, we have to turn the lights out so we can have our windrow clearing back.
Could we reset the time, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me this time to present regarding this exemption. Please know, presenting in front of council was what my late husband, Gary Batchelor, did. Some of you have had conversations with him. No. Some of you have had conversations with him and are familiar with his presentations to council. My late husband's shoes are big shoes to fill, not just here, in so many areas. In addition to remarks that you already have, I would like to add the following for your consideration. Before the building of the cedar fence, pink tulips grew on that little gentle slope of narrow land. When the tulips died, the weeds took over. There was nothing else. My late husband Gary always put grass seed down along the property line and around the Norwegian maple at the end of our property. Neighbors from streets nearby, Hempford, Addison, Fordham, Canfield, Birkinshaw, as well as Duncairn Road, will attest to Gary's yearly grass seeding and more, and even the tulips. The Norwegian maple, the city tree at the end of our property, has had its roots compromised by the building of the cedar fence. Further damage was done to the tree when a dumpster that had been on the 139 Duncairn Road property for about 3 weeks in May 2023. When the dumpster was removed to avoid the cedar fence, the driver of the truck ripped off a large tree limb from the city tree. I advised the city of the damage done to their tree, the Norwegian maple, because of the cedar fence and the fact that cedars carry root rot and fungus. In August 2023, I received a notice that the tree would be attended to. To date, it appears nothing has been done, and now there is a long visible open split in the tree's bark. To lose this city tree because of damage done to its roots, a torn limb off its canopy, and a split open bark would be a huge and unnecessary loss, and it also goes against the city's green strategy. My late husband Gary and I have lived on Duncairn Road for many years. I for 28 years and Gary for 24 years. Gary was the traffic fatality in 2020 in our neighborhood. We lived in our first Duncairn Road home for 14 years, then moved into our current home only a few houses away from our first home. The traffic on Duncairn Road is busy at all times. At the end of Duncairn Road, there is a park with 5 baseball diamonds, 4 of them with lights. There are also 6 tennis courts used year-round. Pardon me. The North York Tennis Club operates when the bubble over the tennis court is on. Among 3 sites, with the park's 6 tennis courts being the largest, they support a 1,200-person membership. And they are open from 7 in the morning till 12 midnight. There is also increased development of homes and condos and more. 230 the Donway West, for example, making Duncairn Road even busier. More young families are moving into the neighborhood and calling it home. For example, the couple across the street from our home, they have 2 very young children. Unlike the Duncairn Road property owners, excuse me, whose 2 children are teenagers. Duncairn Road has no sidewalks, namely at the point where the school ends. And even with the 2 all-way stop signs in close proximity to one another, Duncairn Road is busy and has fast-moving vehicles, regardless of the signs, to stop. Please know, while the cedar fence with 6 cedar trees is in violation of the city bylaw, the 139 Duncairn Road property owners added an additional cedar post to the front of the cedar fence. This is prohibitive. In the report for action dated January 30, 2023, the MLS recommendation 2 states, direct and require that the existing fence be maintained in good repair without alteration. Lastly, there continues to be a non-compliant garbage bin shed on the other side of the cedar fence that was to have been removed over a year ago. It is still there and in use. A property owner cannot be permitted to negatively impact another property owner's lands. Already, the 139 Duncairn Road property owners built a wooden fence on the other side of their property that extends the entire full length of the property line. Having more obstruction on Duncairn Road is unsafe. The 139 Duncairn Road property owners' request for fence exemption
Sorry, final
should...
comment? You're past your 5 minutes.
I'm closing right now. Thank you. Should be refused and the bylaw enforced, restoring the property line back to the previous grade of the land level, removing the fence structure and 6 cedar trees to comply with the city bylaw, ensuring pedestrian and vehicle traffic coexist safely without obstructions, and reducing the root rot and fungus threats to the public tree is imperative.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the deputant? No, thank you. Next deputant, Amin Nizami. Are they here or online? Amin Nizami is not here. Sonia Nizami. No Sonia Nizami. Okay, so, we're gonna just double check. Okay, so we're going to go to questions of staff. Does anyone have questions of staff? Councillor Burnside?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Does someone else want to go first? By all means.
No, I think you're the only one.
Okay, thank you. Through you to staff. This was up before, and the questions I asked then, I'll ask it again now, which is do those cedars, and we see one of the pictures shows a bit of the road. Do they obstruct the view of the road?
Through the chair, based on a variety of different circumstances, there's a potential that it would obstruct the view of the road.
What circumstances? That's not what you said, or whoever was that answered last time.
Based on the current site plan, there is a distance between the actual site line, the property line, and the curb. That particular area has the construction fencing. The hedge, the cedar hedge, which is considered a fence under the fence bylaw, is required to be see-through for 2.4 meters for the length of the fence in order to be no sightline obstructions. It's a broad statement in order to capture a variety of different properties that may have either a shorter setback or have city sidewalks.
Right, so how far back is that cedar from the curb? That cedar doesn't go to the curb.
Through the chair, it would approximately be about 5 meters.
So I thought the view was 2.4 meters. Unobstructed view, 2.4 meters.
2.4 meters from the property line, not from the curb.
Okay, so how far back would it have to go to comply?
Based on the photos, most 3/4 of the hedge would have to be see-through.
Okay. In terms of the concern through the chair to staff, in terms of the concern about root rot, I think that was the primary concern in this situation. Can you comment on that?
Through the chair, no, unfortunately I cannot. I don't have any expertise on that particular topic.
Well, I wasn't actually asking you. I was so hoping we had staff from Urban Forestry.
There's someone here who can answer.
Through the chair, thank you. When I joined this morning, the room was very full, and I found myself at the back of the room. The root rot is not something that I, as a forestry expert, would be concerned about. Is it true that cedars can introduce a root rot pathogen? Sure, from a nursery and under the wrong watering regime. Do we expect that to occur in the natural environment under natural conditions and affect a nominally otherwise healthy tree? No, we don't.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Not for me.
Okay, so Councillor Burnside, how would you like to proceed?
I'd like to go with option number 2 to grant the exemption.
So Councillor Burnside is moving 2, which is that North York Community Council grant the application for an exemption permit by the owner of 139 Duncairn to allow them to maintain a fence comprised of eastern white cedar trees in the front yard of their property, which is within 2.4 meters in the direction of pointing a driveway intersects the lot line and greater than 1.2 meters in height. Direct and require that the existing fence be maintained in good repair without alteration. Direct and require that as much time as a replacement of the fence is required, that such installation will comply with Municipal Code Chapter 447, fences on or its successor bylaw. All those in favor? Okay, no opposed if any. No. Motion is passed. And this is the final item. We have a deputant, Diana Avon or Avon. Thank you. Oh, so Diana and Jerry, or
Yes.
you're? Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jerry Smith. My wife and I, Diana Avon, and I live at North York at 8 Shawfield Crescent. That puts us about halfway between Lawrence Ave to the south and York Mills to the north, and about midway from the Don Valley Parkway to the west to Victoria Park to the east. The land gently slopes upward to the north and to the west, to the east. Sorry, to the west. No, to the east. The backyard behind us is at 46 Shawfield Crescent. When the new owners purchased the house a few years ago, they did landscaping to level their backyard out to the rear property line, putting in a retaining wall with a fence on top. That's our first photo here. No, the first photo, the one you had, sweetie. Thank you. So this retaining wall is over 1 meter tall, and on top of this is fencing. And until this past December, there was a wooden deck, which is now being replaced with a patio. The new patio is still over 1 meter higher than our backyard. So you want to switch to the other photo? Yeah. Okay. When there are people in the back near the fence, they will lean against that the fence, looking over it straight down into our backyard and into our fencing area. That means they're looking straight at us on our patio, removing any semblance of privacy on our part. Also, because they're higher and looking down, it's an uncomfortable feeling, kind of like being in a fishbowl. Given that our fence is now, we put in our fence about 20 years ago, it's showing its age, it's time to replace it. So we would like for the portion that's along the back of the yard, of the back of the lot line, have it reach tall enough to provide us with privacy. Given that the property grade of our neighbor's land behind our patio starts about 1.5 meters high and a privacy fence would be 2 meters tall, we're asking for permission to build a portion of our backline fence to be 3.5 meters tall. Our understanding is that fence height is normally the average of the two heights of land 1 meter back from the lot line plus 2 meters. A rough calculation would put that about 2.7 meters above our lot. This would still be too short to prevent the people who are right at the assembling at the back of our neighbor's land from looking into our backyard, and therefore it would grant us no privacy. If you look at this picture, Di, could you point at the piece to this part right here? That part right there is actually a sort of a prototype or a proof of concept piece that I attached to our fence. That would be about the approximate height that would give us the privacy we're looking for as we rebuild our fence. Okay, and this is just under 3.5 meters patio. We'd step it down to the usual 2 meter height. This exemption will only affect 2 households, us and 46 Shawfield. And the effect for 46 Shawfield would be effectively a 2 meter fence above their 1.5 meter height. So that's a normal fence. So what we're asking for, and what our earlier chair had said, good fences make good neighbors, I'd like to put in a good fence in my backyard, please. And I'd like to do it under code and with permission of the council, not with asking for forgiveness after the fact. That's everything. Are there any pictures you want to show? Yeah. Or if I concede the rest of my time to my wife, she'll have a comment or two? Not allowed? Oh,
no, she. Yeah, she's.
Sorry, I did too many Robert's Rules of Order during university days, and so when you.
Yeah, no, okay. You have another minute.
Di, you need to talk to the speaker.
Okay. This all happened because in 2018, the original neighbors sold and a new family came in. And they wanted to make the maximum use of their backyard. They have a very large backyard, larger than ours. And they decided to put their deck in the corner, which faces our patio directly. And this picture shows the plan for that deck. You can see that at our fence line, it's about 1 meter and 47 centimeters above our lot line. That's our fence line on the side there.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, thanks. So, anyway, if you show the one last picture that we had. Yeah. The basic effect, sorry, let me get back to this. Sorry, I'm bouncing back and forth. The basic effect is, from our point of view, we'll have a 3.5 meter fence showing to the height of the right-hand side of that photo. Our neighbor will see about 2 meters of fencing. And again, it'll give us the privacy. They did have lattice up on their side. They've taken it down. So the only way I can be sure that I have privacy on my side is that my fence has the appropriate height and blockage. Thank you for your time.
Okay. The other thing I should say is that it used to be a deck with air underneath. It's now been filled in with gravel and dirt. So the effective patio at this point is almost as high as the deck was and went to within about 1.5 feet of the property line, which contravenes North York, the zoning for North York. The deck is supposed to be 7.5 meters, I believe, from the rear property line. Theirs was about 0.5 meter from the property line. So now you can...
Let me finish up. That's what got a lot, because their decking went right to the back fence line, that's why there was congregation there. People are there, and then when they're there and they're partying, and they very naturally just, lean on the fence while they're looking right down into our patio when that happens. So their deck's been replaced with patio. We'd like to put up privacy fencing, and then we don't see them, and it won't matter ever again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant, Councillor Cheng?
Thank you. I'm just wondering two things. One, with regard to the distance between your backyard and the patio, if it contravenes a bylaw, is this something that you have followed up on to try to bring change to rectify that situation?
Okay, so the original wooden deck, we did follow up. It took a couple of years, and they were required to set it back. They did so, but the first thing they said is they had checked, and patio requirements, when they put patio stone, don't have the same requirements, so they'd be replacing it and just coming right back out now with patio stone rather than wood decking. And that's what they're in the middle of doing so at this time.
Right. Is that something that you have followed up with? And maybe I'll ask staff about that later.
Yeah. Okay.
The other question that I have is you mentioned that you would only be using this when you're on your patio and removing it when you're not on your patio?
No, sorry. The fence will be up there.
Yes.
Our patio is on the east side of our backyard, and that's the area that they put their decking all the way back to, and are now replacing with patio on that side of the fence. So the eastern half of our fence would go to this 3.5 meter height, or 3.3 meter height, depending on exactly what it comes to, from our point of view. From their point of view, from the top of their retaining wall, it's 2 meters.
Okay.
Which is a 2-meter fence.
Thank you.
Right? So.
All right, thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for the deputants? Okay, questions for staff? Councillor Cheng, questions for staff?
Questions.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify what the deputant was speaking about. So if somebody is trying to build, they don't want to follow the rules of decks, so therefore they still elevate but use gravel underneath as a workaround to then not have to comply with distance from neighbors. Is that something that we have any policy or precedence on?
Through the chair, municipal licensing and standards would enforce the zoning bylaw as it applies to any type of structures that are already built in someone's property in the required setbacks. If a property, if a structure is being currently built, it would typically be referred over to buildings and their requirements under the building code, and then they would be reviewing it under planning as well.
I think in this case, what happened is they found a workaround. So they were found not in compliance, and therefore they dismantled their deck. But rather than building a patio at grade, they infilled and raised so they actually matched and maybe exceeded their previous deck height by padding the ground. So I'm not sure. It just sounds like there's some gray area and it's already built. So it's now built, but they definitely worked around a bylaw to achieve this extended high patio that replaced their deck that was found to be against bylaws.
Through the chair, the municipal licensing and standards doesn't have any recent files on this particular address. Toronto Buildings has had interactions with 46 Shawfield, but I wouldn't be able to speak to those items.
So does this mean that if this is still something of concern to the deputants, that they could pursue and see, does this contravene something?
Yes, of course. Toronto Buildings, as well as municipal licensing and standards, would be more than happy to look over any issues if they brought it to us through 311.
Oh, so they just call through 311?
Yes.
Sorry, the deputants, point of order, can I ask the deputants to speak to the issue, Chair?
Look, you know, with all due respect, you know, we're not rebuilding the Titanic here. This is a basic fence exemption.
Right. Just move it?
Yeah,
Okay.
so let's
okay.
go to speakers.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Councillor Burnside to speak on Shawfield? 8 Shawfield?
Well, actually, I had a question. No, I actually had a question,
Oh, you have questions for the deputy?
Chair. No,
Okay.
of staff. Just a quick, you
Staff.
know me, I'm quick.
Well, good
Just a
luck
quick
finding
question
any
of staff.
around. Oh, we do have some staff. Okay. Yeah, so go ahead. Questions for staff?
So, yeah, thanks. In the drawing provided by the applicant, it looked like to the right-hand side of their drawing, there where their fence sort of stepped down. There's another, well, actually, in attachment 2. Forget their drawing. Attachment 2. If you look, I know on the left-hand side, that lattice is being removed, but there's a fence on the right-hand side. Looks like the neighboring lot. That seems quite high itself, and I believe then when you look at the applicant's drawing, the height of their proposal would be in line with that neighboring fence. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. Ready to speak. At your will.
Okay, are we at speakers? Councillor Burnside, what would you like to do with this item?
I'd like to I need a motion to grant approval.
Okay. All right, let's put
that
that on
would
the
be-
screen.
Yeah.
There we go. It's on the screen.
Carried.
Approving the exemption application. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Thank you.
And we just have to do the bills. Well, you have to curb your enthusiasm.
She got all excited about this fence bill.
We're going to set up a new committee chaired by Councillor Cheng. The fence committee. You can't sit on the fence. Okay. Councillor Cheng, would you like to move the
Sure.
motion?
That bills 40 to 45 prepared for the January 24th, 2024 meeting. 10 of the North York Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. One more. Councillor Cole?
Yes. Move that confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the council acting under the authority of the Canada to be declared as bylaws of town subject to section 226.9 of the Toronto Act 2006. I so move.
All right. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Well, that concludes our business for today. Thank you very much, clerk staff. We had a guest clerk today. Nancy, it was so good to see you up here in the warm confines of North York. Thank you, city staff. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, tech. And of course, thanks members of the public for participating. All the best and enjoy the rest of the day.